The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching jellyfish.
That's been following the case very closely. Jimmy Williams is with us. Jimmy, great to see you tonight. Thanks so much for joining us. Let me ask you, you've been in the middle of this. I'm trying to put it all together. Are you from the area?
Hey everybody, it's Mike from Profiling Evil, and I'm here with Jolly Vision at CrimeCon 2024.
What's up, YouTube? It is Dolly back in the house. And of course, I got the lovely PJ with me. And you guys, you already know what to do. Leave your DNA on that like button just in case P. Diddy tries to get your butt cheeks.
Oh, no.
Okay? We got to be there to protect you. You never know. This man had 1,000 cases of lube. And if you don't hit that like button, I'm sending P. Diddy to your house. Okay? I'm sending P. Diddy right on. I'll bond his ass out of jail.
It was more than 1,000.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lube, okay? P. Lube Combs. Mr. Man had a whole lot of lube, okay? He had more lube than Jiffy Lube, all right? And if you're brand new, sub up the channel, ring the bell for notifications, and all that good stuff. So we might as well jump in with P. Diddy. Puffy. I like it when they call me Big Papa. You know what I'm saying? What the hell is going on with this man? What's going on with him, PJ?
I mean, where do we even start? He was arrested this
Let's
morning.
start with the butt cheeks that he be trying to get his hands on. Okay, stay away from P. Diddy. He will try to get your cheeks.
Trigger
okay,
warning, it's
So,
disgusting.
of course, by now everybody knows P. Diddy, Mr. Puffy, Mr. Sean Combs has been arrested, indicted on RICO charges, and now you know the federal government got a 98.9% conviction rate. So, listen, when I see somebody that's close to a billionaire, when they get knocked off, the first thing I think is they screwed over somebody more powerful for,
that's
for
what
them,
you said
right?
when I asked you why now. That's what you said.
Why now? PJ asked me, she said, why would they lock P. Diddy up now if he's been doing all these things for so many years? Because he's done pissed off the wrong people.
one.
Listen, when you're that powerful, the only thing that can take you out is other powerful people. And he's done pissed somebody off, right? He done grabbed the wrong butt cheeks. Okay, give us a little rundown on the whole P. Diddy thing.
He doesn't even have bail.
No bail.
From what I understand, they had some type of agreement and he was going to face the grand jury. And so he traveled to New York with his whole family. And I don't think that he was expecting to get hemmed up. It was set up for, I believe, on a Wednesday. So tomorrow.
So he thought he was going to go in, flex his P. Diddy muscles, and he was going to skirt right on up out of there. But that ain't what happened. They had some surprises for P. Diddy.
He
Puffy.
had his lawyers draw up a proposed package to be able to post bond. And I mean, it was extensive. I wrote it all out because it was that crazy. I've never heard of anything like this. I've never heard of people go to court and then say, hey, judge, here's what I'm willing to give you. Now I can go home, right?
Like, because whatever your bond is, he has so much stuff and assets. He was willing to give up houses, money. He would have gave up his family members if he could have, right?
Yeah. I mean, it stated he was proposing $50 million co-signed by Diddy himself, his mom, his sister, the mother of his oldest daughter, and 3 of his adult sons. Okay, that's the first portion.
Okay.
So he's willing to sign all them over.
Yeah, I'll give you my firstborn child. I'll give you 50 million, 2 of my mansions, maybe the Rolls Royce, you know what I'm saying? But you can't have my lube because I'm gonna need the lube. Okay. I'm gonna need the lube. Definitely can't bond out with lube, okay?
And then it stated it was to be secured by the equity of Mr. Combs' residency in Miami, which he paid the entirety of the bill, like it's paid in full. And it was $48 million.
You know what I think it is? I think Justin Bieber wanted his butt cheeks back. I think he hit him up and said, hey, P. Diddy, can I get my butt cheeks back? And he was like, nah, bro. And now, you know, Justin Bieber's done got his own money. He's pretty powerful these days.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm going after P. Diddy for my butt cheeks back, right? Now, listen, this man should have been locked up a long time ago.
All
for
these
the
charges
stuff,
are from 2008.
From the stuff he was doing to Justin Bieber, to Usher, and, you know, just he was sleeping with anything that moved, okay? You go to his house, the goldfish stop swimming, okay? The koi fish in the pond, they don't move because if they do, they will be essayed by Mr. P. Diddy himself, right? That's why I never wanted to be a rapper. PJ said, you know, you should become a country rapper. Dolly said, hell no, P. Diddy might get me. Okay. I can't do it. You don't want to be in the music industry these days. It's dangerous. They be having these freak parties where everybody be banging everybody. Okay. They sleeping with the couch. They sleeping with the chair, your pets, anybody that comes in the door. Uber Eats don't even stand a chance. Don't call Uber Eats, right? They be coming up missing. I'm scared of P. Diddy, okay? This man allegedly be having people killed too, right? What is he charged with? He's charged with like arson, the RICO Act, sex trafficking, like anything you can think of. He's
bribery,
been charged
obstruction,
with
justice, forced labor, kidnapping. He had weapons with no serial numbers. He was holding people at gunpoint, taking them. He got federal charges because he was taking people without their consent to different countries.
Yeah,
prostitution.
And we all know he's a flight risk. He'll jump on that plane and be gone in a minute,
he
right?
was gone last time he got him.
I know.
And I was like, wait, why did they just let him get on his jet like
He'll
that?
be in Cuba with Tupac. I'm telling you, Machiavelli. Listen, I don't know. A lot of people think, you know, he's going to be charged with the death of Tupac Shakur, but I don't believe that's the case. He got so much other stuff going. And, far as the, him, it really was his downfall is when he beat that girl in the hotel.
Yep.
And it was all on video. And you got to see for 1
And he
second
still said
who
he's not
he
guilty.
really was. Okay. Because there's been rumors coming about him about being homosexual or bisexual, sleeping with dudes, having these freak parties, pimping out women, drugging women so they'll sleep with just whoever comes over his house. You know what I'm saying? It's like the cable guy even got some play. You know what I'm saying? It has gotten that freaky with P. Diddy. Jack Wolf, he'll eat your cats and your dogs too, right? I heard he's been hanging out in Springfield, Idaho. Okay, well, not Idaho, but Ohio, right? He's been hanging out. He may eat your cats and dogs. I don't know. I'm not going to put that on him. I'm not going to put that on P. Diddy. Okay, but like I said, he's been charged with a lot of things. He was denied bail. And his ass is sitting right up in jail. Imagine going from silk sheets to steel bars. I'm telling you, them jail sheets suck. They got doo-doo stains on them. You know what I'm saying? Right now, he's eating a swole, right? The other inmates are calling him.
He's in solitary. Is he going to make his own swole?
I guess he's going to have to make his own swole because if you put him in general population, somebody's going to try to make a name off of P. Diddy. Right?
He likes it. And
now that P stands for prisoner. Prisoner Diddy. Okay?
That's a good one.
That's going to be his new rap.
That was a good one.
I didn't practice it. That's all natural. Okay? That's all natural. Straight from the head. Straight from the head. But look, all jokes aside, this man is in some serious trouble. And I truly believe he pissed off some powerful people. Nina, thank you for your super sticker. Jax, thank you guys.
So he went in there and pleaded not guilty.
Yeah, what do you want him to plead? Guilty? I did it.
I just can't. I mean, we saw what he did. And these all started from the charges from his ex. And so it's like we saw a lot of what. He
should have bought that woman a pocketbook. You know what I'm saying? Got her a ring, something nice, came in with some flowers. But P. Diddy likes to beat on his women. He likes to abuse people. He likes to, like I said, he likes to sleep with almost anything that moves. So, it's a scary situation. And you got to remember, back in the day, he was bringing in kids as entertainers. He brought in Usher when he was a kid. He brought in Justin Bieber when he was a kid. And he got them cheeks, allegedly. Okay. For entertainment purposes only. But that's why I didn't sign a record deal with Bad Boy. I was like, oh, hell no. Nah. I'll go over to Ruthless Records where they just pistol whip you. You ain't getting my cheeks. You know what I'm saying? You don't see Snoop Dogg nowhere near me. He's like, nah, man. He might try to sleep with my blunt. It's crazy. So they had a press conference. We're going to take a little look at that press conference they did on Mr. Prisoner Combs. Okay. Prisoner Diddy Combs. Can you imagine looking out your cell in jail and you look over there and go, hey, is that P. Diddy? Hey, man, are you P. Diddy? And he's over there like, I like it when they call me Big Papa. And he's dancing.
That's not even his song.
No, that's Biggie. But you know how he always makes them sexual noises in the back of all Biggie songs. Like, he's like, damn, what are you can hear he's always licking his lips and shit. You're like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? It's scary. It is scary. So now he got the wrong cheeks. Somebody's mad. He's no longer part of the Illuminati. Okay.
Oh my God. Sean B said Prisoner Diddy is about to get diddied in prison.
He's about to get diddled in the Diddy. Okay. He's about to get his diddle Diddy. I don't know. It's crazy, people. Okay. It is crazy. What the hell is the world going to? Right. I was about to get me some Sean John, right? And then I decided, oh, hell no, I don't think it's the time to be wearing no Sean John no more, right? So I'm sure he got plenty of fans up in that jail that he's in, right?
They can't see him.
He's in New York, too, where that shit is rough as hell. Can you imagine going from a mansion with hot tubs?
I bet he'd like it in hip-hop.
I mean, yeah, because he's a homosexual male. So what's the worst that's going to happen to him? He's going to get some more play. He's going to have a freak fest up in the jail. They're going to walk in there.
They're going to need that lube.
They're going to need that lube. Okay. They're going to need that lube. You better put some lube on the canteen. You got P. Diddy up in the jail. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Don't lock up Justin Bieber.
I can't.
Don't get locked up right now, Bieber. You'll be in trouble. You will be in trouble. All right.
Stop.
So anyway, give me 1 second. Let me share this screen. All jokes aside, P. Diddy is
he's a monster. This is underlyingly not funny, but it's
He is, all jokes aside, he is a criminal. He is a monster. He has been doing dirty stuff for years, all the way back to the shooting in Atlanta, the doorman. That is what a lot of people believe escalated everything into Biggie and Tupac getting killed. Remember when he shot the woman in the face and then he blamed it on Sean? What was the dude? Shine? Was it Shine?
I'm bad at names.
It was one of them damn rappers that disappeared. Even Mace, remember Mace was with him, turned into a preacher. Mace said he ripped him off millions of dollars. He was a horrible person. So everybody that has experience, old Dirty Diddy, right, had experience of being around Diddy, except for Usher. Usher kind of still defends him. He kind of, I guess he liked his cheeks getting grabbed. I don't know, right? But Usher kind of defends him. Justin Bieber said he's scarred for life. He's just like, oh my God, I can't believe this man got my cheeks like that. But let me share this. Let's blow it up. And this is the press conference they gave on Mr. Prisoner Diddy Combs.
My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution.
Damn!
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity.
Ditto around and find out.
Forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
Okay, what was he not charged with? We would have had a shorter list, okay? Murder. He ain't been charged with murder.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, not yet. Keefy D still talking, okay? Keefy D still talking into Tupac stuff. Thank you so much, Nina, for your super sticker. Oh, man, P. Diddy, you done messed up, homie.
Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force.
Somebody says it sounds like Jay-Z is next on the chopping block.
I know.
What did I say? I said I think Jay-Z and Beyonce is the ones against him. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, when powerful people get knocked off, they can only get knocked off by other powerful people, right? Or you don't go down, right? Because everybody's connected in the Illuminati. So somebody in the Illuminati no longer wanted his ass to be a part, and they done thrown him under the bus and put out this evidence against him. So when by the time this is done, P. Diddy will not have nothing. They will take every single thing he has. You will see P. Diddy on the side of the interstate with a sign that says, I love it when they call me Big Papa. Okay?
And coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs.
Damn, freak-offs. How come I wasn't invited? I'm glad. That's one party I'm glad I missed. That's why I'm glad I'm a homebody. You know what I'm saying? Because remember when he was having them all-white parties? I was like, oh, that's cool. I like to go out there dressed all in white. That's when you got lubed up. That's right, right? Don't go to none of the P. Diddy's parties, right?
They were having lube wrestling.
You know when you see the animals running from the house like Jungle Book, something is wrong. Like Jumanji, everybody's running like it's an earthquake. You see deers and shit run by, birds won't even land on the house. You know something bad is going down, okay? You know something bad is going down.
And he often electronically recorded them.
Oh, Lord.
The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time.
Days at a damn time. Imagine all that. He had all that damn Viagra. He should be cellmates. He should be cellmates with R. Kelly. R. Kelly would pee on him.
He only got 20 years. I believe he's going to get double that at least.
Yeah, he's going to be there for a minute. He is going to be there for a minute. I bet you his hands are slippery as shit. Okay, all that lube.
Involved multiple commercial sex workers.
He might slide right between the bars. Okay, right between the bars.
And often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB,
Lord.
Good
which
Lord.
Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
You mean asleep?
He was knocking them out and digging up in the cheeks. Okay, that is scary. You go over there, you know, hey, you want some champagne? Yeah, next thing you know, you unconscious. You got 17 dudes doing bad things to you. Oh my God. Okay, don't sip no water. Can I get a glass of water? You better make it yourself. Okay, you better make it yourself. And listen, people have been coming out saying this for years. But nobody really
That's what someone
believed
just
it.
said. Cat Williams had the scoop. Yeah,
Right. Cat Williams said it. A comedian. I seen a comedian 15 years ago say he was invited to a party and that he didn't know P. Diddy. He didn't know any of the people. He knew one person. So he was like the plus one. He was like a nobody. So he was early in his comic career that he was going to the bathroom and went to open a door and P. Diddy was in there spooning with another man. Okay. So he didn't want to ruin his reputation on his comic career. So he didn't want to say nothing. But then eventually he came out and he was one of the first people I heard say that P. Diddy was homosexual. Okay. That he liked men, that he had walked in on them accidentally. And P. Diddy, he said they never stopped what they were doing. They just looked over at him and kept on doing what they were doing. And he was like, you know, I'll never go back to a P. Diddy party again. And you know, he was a comedian. So a lot of people thought he was joking. Yeah, but he wasn't. He was absolutely telling the truth. And he was one of the early whistleblowers.
DMX told it.
A lot of people were telling it. 50 Cent's been telling it for years, right? 50 Cent's been saying, hey, P. Diddy is a freak. This dude needs to be in prison. And you know who his buddy was, though. I know I say that, you know, Jay-Z and Beyonce turned on him, but Jay-Z hung out with him all the time, right? So I don't know if Jay-Z was taking part in these freak fest or what, freak-offs? Freak-offs. That is just insane.
As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair.
We saw that. On
one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee.
So that's probably why he got the kidnapping. Yeah. You know, the kidnapping, organized crime. The RICO was organized crime.
He tried to bribe the hotel to not release that footage. That's why he's got bribery.
Yeah, so he is absolutely done. I mean, even with all the millions he got, he's already liquidated 2 of his mansions. You know what I'm saying? So next thing you know, Snoop Dogg is going to own Bad Boy. Okay, he done bought Death Row, right?
He should.
So, or Jay, somebody's going to acquire Bad Boy.
What
because
even is Bad Boy anymore? I mean, does it even exist still?
Well, you got catalogs like Biggie's catalog, because you got to remember they still use Biggie Smalls in movies, commercials, movies, and things like that. So that catalog is probably worth close to what? $1 billion,
Yeah,
just Biggie stuff alone, and then all the other people that were on Bad Boy. So you can believe he's going to liquidate all his assets. He's already been hiding money. There's people saying that he has these offshore accounts that he's already been dropping money into. That he knew this was coming.
Yeah, because they've been watching him since that ex put out her statement, and he settled for that.
Yeah, and you see Tina says Jay-Z was going to be the next to be arrested, and I wouldn't doubt that, because you know they were buddies, they were hanging out, and you know what they say, birds of the same feather flock together. Okay, so I don't know if Jay-Z is like P. Diddy likes men, women, gophers, hedgehogs, whatever can move. Okay, whatever got legs.
As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims.
Blackmail. I mean, blackmailing people. Look, that's what it is. Like, listen, I heard this a long time ago. When you get up in these higher elite things, that, especially like, you know, what they say, the Illuminati or whatever their club is, right? That they got to have something to blackmail you with. So if you go against the grain, they can throw you under the bus.
Isn't that the same thing that Epstein did? Had stuff to blackmail. That's clearly what they all
What kind of
do.
America are we living in when a pimp daddy isn't allowed to smack around his hose? I don't know, right? It ain't just about smacking the hose. It's like
These were unwilling.
he was lubing the hose up. Okay, you can't lube up the hose. They gotta apply their own lube. Once you lube them up, then you get hit with the RICO, sex trafficking, and all that stuff. Okay, you can't lube
forced
them up.
labor.
Yeah, forced labor,
Kidnapping.
Terrible dude, right? And let's just be honest. All the people he shot and all the people he's had killed. I might be next if he gets out, because I've been talking kind of bad about him. So he might come for me. You know what I'm saying? He's like Hillary Clinton.
And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving
I wonder what
threatening to
J-Lo
take
is
away
tonight.
financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities,
Little Kim.
by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not.
Okay, we only got 400 likes on this video, and I done hit y'all with some good P. Diddy jokes right off the rip, and we only got 400 likes and almost 1,000 people in the room. So take a second, guys. I want y'all to like the video. Don't cheat. I'm talking to you. I'm looking at you. See me looking at you? I see you, right? I can see your ass sitting on the couch right now. Like the video, and then once you do, I want y'all to shout out, you beautiful people, where you're watching my ugly ass face
Your
from.
favorite Diddy
Okay.
song.
What is, yeah, and also like the video, and then let us know what your favorite song from.
You.
Yeah, with Faith Evans. Remember when he was out there singing,
Oh,
working
God.
my working my Diddy dance, right? Remember he was bumping the shoulders and shit. I see Idaho, Louisiana. Yeah, definitely like it up. Shout out where you're watching from. I tell you where P. Diddy ain't doing. He ain't watching tonight. He ain't watching. He may be watching the news, right? But he ain't got no internet access.
I think he's still crying.
You think he's still crying?
Somewhere. Oh yeah.
You think he's shaking and like, oh my God, they got me.
Did you see? I sent you the mugshot. Did you see?
Yes.
He looked a little shook.
He look a little shook,
He looked
right?
real scared today.
Yeah, we'll be singing that song to him. What was his song? I Remember You.
Do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freakoffs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies,
Lube.
including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting.
That is a slippery
Lighting.
ass dude. He had baby
I'm telling
oil.
you.
He had lube. He was ready to go in, wasn't he?
It was just some wrestling. It's all right.
What do you do for a living? I stock P. Diddy's freak offs. You know what I'm saying? I'm the lube dude. You know, I'm the one that goes out. I go to every store in the neighborhood and get all
Stock up
the.
on all the lube.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I was wondering why I couldn't find no lube nowhere. P. Diddy had it all.
Took it all.
He's trying to corner the market, right? He's trying to corner the market on lube.
Why didn't he just invent his own?
P. Diddy lube would have been good.
I
you
mean,
know what
that
I'm
would
saying?
have been a great marketing option.
Yeah, I think people would have used it, right? I don't know. The whole baby oil thing. Think about how slippery. They better hold him tight in that jail because he probably slick. Okay, he probably slick.
When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up.
Somebody said an old truck show up, right? Oh, Valdez, right? Valdez, right? That dude is like an oil spill.
They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crime.
My whole thing is this: when you that rich, right? Why would you be out pimping hoes when you already rich as shit? You got so much money, you don't know what to do with it.
He got bored.
He got bored.
And
Okay.
sloppy.
And I'm surprised they wasn't showing up with donkeys and sheep and like weird shit. You know what I'm saying? Chains and whips.
How do you know
and
they weren't?
they might have been. They said stocking the parties.
Lighting. He said lighting and lube.
Linen, extra sheets. So when they had a blowout, you know what I'm saying? Just in case any dookie got loose, right? You know, sometimes we have them freak off. Doo-doo be flying, right? When you be doing all that booty smacking. Trigger warning, people. Trigger warning. Dolly got jokes tonight. You need extra sheets, right? Bring in the sheets. We had a blowout. We had a blowout, right? We got an ass leak over here. We got an ass leak. Can we get some sheets and some more lube? Okay, more lube.
crimes.
Lulu,
During the
over
March
your
2016 incident at the LA hotel that I
Go back in there. Lolo, go back in there. P. Diddy's loose. He got bond. Okay, hide. Okay, hide. They're eating the cats and dogs out here. You better hide.
mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced.
Can you imagine when people walked in his hotel room and was like, what's that smell?
And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location.
How it smelled like a dirty ass diaper, okay? Baby oil and shit. That's probably what it smelled like.
Oh my God.
In order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence.
Mab said, no wonder I slipped and fell at the last hotel. Don't stay at no hotels. You better get a black light in there and make sure there ain't no bodily fluids, okay? Bodily fluids.
Of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and the large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the Freakoffs.
He probably could have hid that
Evidence of the
in his man purse. You know what I'm saying?
Lord.
That's where he kept the AR, in his man purse.
Electronic devices that contain images and videos of the Freakoffs.
Truth be told, said it's about time they shut down Diddy's Jiffy Lube Express, right? You know what I'm saying? Hey, what does it take 5? You'll change your oil in 5 minutes.
With multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the Freakoffs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
Every time this man says freak off.
Here are some of the
I know. He's like, I never got invited. Damn it. Damn it.
These freak offs.
Freak offs. Okay. Freak off 2024 was about to go down with 1,000 bottles of lube.
Oh Lord. Big girl says this is not funny. All caps.
This is not, maybe not to you. Okay. Maybe not to you. He must have got your cheeks. Okay? But to everybody's cheeks that didn't get got, this is funny.
This is funny.
items that we recovered during the searches.
Uh-oh. Is he going to show the lube?
Oh no.
As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I
Damn.
mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here.
He was making sure you were giving up them cheeks. Nina, thank you so much. Thanks for being here with us, guys. If you haven't, like the video. That is a big damn gun. Okay.
56 rounds?
56 rounds and 1,000 bottles of lube. Okay.
Here, the serial number has been thoroughly
Oh
defaced.
my God, these comments are bad.
Another picture of more ammunition
Hide your cheeks.
and parts of 2 AR-15s right there.
Oh.
Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful
You know what I'm saying? Everybody that left his house had their bags packed.
or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that.
Wrecked them, damn near killed them. You know what I'm saying? You guys are a trip. You guys are a trip. Let's hear your best P. Diddy jokes tonight. The best P. Diddy jokes. All right.
A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice.
You imagine had to do
He's
his.
had the key to New York City this whole time.
Yeah, he's had the key to the.
Oh Lord, you better disinfect.
Yeah, that's why New York's so slippery, right? Just get brown sheets. They hide the stains. Okay, they hide the stains. He gets brown sheets now in jail. I can guarantee you that. You think they gave him silk sheets in jail?
No,
I don't think they did. I don't think they did.
no.
Justice in the Southern District of New York.
I bet you the guards are scared to walk by his cell.
Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be
Changed
here
a lot.
without that.
I would hope so.
I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly.
Dolly's new soap, Freakoff. What do you think? It'll be baby oil scented. Baby oil scented soap called
We already
Freakoff.
have a weird
Choo choo, all aboard the P Diddy train. Hey, look, no, our train don't smell like baby oil and doo doo. Okay,
Oh my God.
there ain't no freak offs going down. No freak offs on the Dolly train. Okay, we old. We missed those days by a lot.
On this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable
1-800-LUBE
He's
tip.
gonna wish he had some of that baby
partners
oil.
to us.
Oh my God.
I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY.
Johnson & Johnson about to go out of business. Stocks prices just went down, right? Their whole stock
They
just
crashed.
crashed. Yeah.
Who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division.
1-800
We created the Civil
Diddy.
Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive,
We got to clean up on aisle 9, just a little bit of doo-doo.
open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean
How many men, women, pets? You know what I'm saying?
Combs, and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done.
Wow. Okay. And somebody said, how many children? That is, believe it or not, that is a good question, because we know that he took in Usher and let Usher live with him when he was a young kid. He took in Justin Bieber, and I don't know, man. P. Diddy is a sick ass
He's
dude,
disgusting.
right? And and you hear the prosecutor say, hey, we've known about this stuff for years, but nobody did nothing, right?
He didn't piss off the person yet.
That's what I'm saying. The powers to be say, hey, we pick who's in charge. We pick who's.
See, Kat said Diddy became a target after the pre-Grammy speech he made. Just like you said, he pissed somebody off for real.
Yes. And that's the only time you see these powerful people get knocked off, like your Harvey Weinsteins, your Jeffrey Epsteins, your P. Diddy's, and these powerful people, is they've made the powers to be mad about something. And then it's time to go. They take your wealth, and then everybody starts suing you. Time this is done, he will be sitting in a prison cell. He will be broke as the day he started his record company. He'll end up liquidating it. People will buy the catalogs. Next thing you know, Snoop Dogg will own everything. Okay, that is just the way it works. And wow, I think people have seen it coming. You know, you heard rappers joking about it and stuff like that.
It's been such a long time, though. I mean,
yeah, it took so long to get to the place that we're at today. All right. Do you want to open up the phone lines and let's take some calls on P. Diddy before we get to the serious stuff, Maddie Soto and Sebastian Rogers?
Yes.
Because I don't want to mix them two together, because we're gonna go into serious. We're gonna go into serious mode after we talk about P. Diddy.
And this guy, his crimes are horrific. It's not necessarily that we're laughing.
1202. Yes. Listen, what he did to these people is horrible.
It's
Anytime
disgusting.
you drug somebody and you sexually assault them. And people were saying that, even bodyguards, other rappers were saying that he was putting, like, you would go over there and there'd be like Molly and the fruit punch. Or
that's
you go.
That's what they said. Is that he was utilizing.
Yeah, ketamine and different drugs to knock people out. So you're willing to do these things. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Turn you down.
All right. Who's this?
Rita.
Hey, Rita.
Hey. Oh, yeah. I know all about this P. Diddy stuff. We had this conversation before.
Yeah, I mean,
It's been going on for years.
It's been going on for a while, but I think all that is ending. I think this is it. When they gave him no bond, that's the you done, homie. It's over with.
Oh, yeah. They were. This has been hanging out for a long time, and he's not the only one about to go down. There's going to be a whole lot go down.
I think he's going to start talking, singing like a bird. And think about all the information he knows about crimes and drug dealing and people getting killed, people getting shot. Shit, he did half of it himself. He started the whole East Coast, West Coast beef when he shot the dude in Atlanta. The doorman, a nightclub dude. That escalated everything. If you go way back,
J-Lo brought that gun in.
And
this goes way back.
Yeah, and he shot the lady in the face. She said, I looked right at him eye to eye, and he shot me in the face. And they didn't do nothing.
And they still didn't arrest him. Sean took the hit for what he did.
Yeah, the dude
went to prison.
Yeah, he took the hit for 9 years, gets out, and P. Diddy just blows him off like, oh, man, I don't owe you shit. You know, you would think if I did 10 years in prison for you, when I get out, you better have $1 million and a Rolls Royce waiting for me. You know what I'm saying? And he don't operate like that. Yeah, he don't like to pay people, and he has all that money. He'd rather just tell you to F off and keep the money.
He's been crooked since he came in the music industry. Years ago when he came in it, he's been crooked ever since. And when he had that show and he had all those young artists on there, some of them are even coming forward and saying, there was no crime at the end of that. They were there to be victims. Yeah.
I actually hung out with the dude, Daylon, right? And the dude that spit hot fire back in the day. My buddy was actually friends with Daylon, and I went to a couple shows with him. He's actually a pretty nice guy, but he was involved with P. Diddy, and he didn't really have nothing real nice to say about P. Diddy after making the band.
Oh, yeah. And the Justin Bieber thing just takes me.
Oh, my God.
Justin's got some new music out, and it tells it all. But I will say this. When he took him, he was a 14-year-old child. His mother, everybody blamed the mom. I'm going to say this right now. They lived in Canada. Justin got big on YouTube. Before P. Diddy even he was big with girls on YouTube. Now, whenever Patty trusted them, they went over there. He went to Diddy's house. Patty didn't know what was going on. I will take up for Patty on that. She did not know what was going on. She trusted these guys. They were going to make her son famous.
She
And
said,
they're showering her with all these gifts and all this money. And she goes over there, and overnight, Justin he played the garden center. Come on, all this stuff going on with him. And then people should have caught on when he started spiraling out, getting in trouble with the law. That happens to victims of abuse.
yeah.
And Justin was being downed in the tabloids because he was getting in trouble. He was getting in fights. This is what victims do. He should have never been alone with P. Diddy for 48 hours. No telling what happened to him.
Oh, I know what happened to him. Baby oil and lube happened to him, right? And doo-doo on the sheets.
Just horrible.
My God.
14-year-old. He was a victim.
Same thing with Usher. I mean, he's done it to a lot of people, and he don't care, you man, woman, kid, what you are. If you got a booty hole, he's grabbing cheeks.
Oh, yeah. And they even arrested this guy back, I think, in 2018 for an unrelated crime. And they had this on court TV, and Jesse Ventura played this. And this guy was in there for questioning, and he brought up that he was one of their ex-slaves. And he brought it up, and they just laughed it off, and the cops sent him out the door. But there's a video of him talking about things that happened, that he witnessed happen in the Cassie and everything, and they just sent him out the door. This is before all this came out with Diddy. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's coming out. And whenever, and I'm going to tell you now, all those other big rappers that are involved in this, they're going to go down too. Because he's going to snitch every one of them out.
I like to see his flight log. You know how Epstein kept the flight log? I like to see his guest list. You know what I'm saying? And we know it's the top rappers in the country because that's who he hung out with, right? So he hung out with all the big rappers. So all these people are involved in some weirdo shit.
Oh, yeah. And you know what?
I mean, shit, literally.
You're right. He made somebody big mad. Somebody that's probably involved in this. He's not the main guy. There's more. I guarantee you, whoever he made mad, and that's why all this is coming out now.
All these rich, powerful people are freaks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They all turn super freak. It's scary. Hey, look, Rita, I appreciate you calling in.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. You be good.
Bye, honey.
All right. If you've been to a P. Diddy party, call us. We want to know what happens. Okay. We want to know what happens. We know it contains baby oil, lube, and linens. Okay. So he must be tearing through a lot of sheets like it ain't nothing. Okay. But all jokes aside, is like, this dude's been a criminal since the very beginning. He's used force. He's used gangs on people. It is alleged that he paid $1 million to Keefe D to kill Tupac. You know what I'm saying?
The chat is saying that he paid Shine too, but I tried to look it up while y'all were talking, and I don't see any proof that he.
I don't think he paid Shine. Shine took that time, and then he went back to his country. He was bitching about.
He went to Jerusalem to practice his new religion, and then he went back to his country.
Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Rose.
You knew it was.
Yes, because I don't have the number up, so it's got to be people that has my number saved. Right, let me put the number up so people can call in. I didn't even realize the number. What's going on, Rose? What do you think about this whole P. Diddy thing? You ever listen to P. Diddy? You don't seem like the P. Diddy type.
You're so wrong about me. I'm so old school, Jim.
Oh,
anyway.
Lord. All right.
I got you got jokes tonight. P. Diddy.
A couple.
P. Diddy done. How many times has P. Diddy been done? I mean, I don't even know why he needs lube.
I mean, I don't know.
He's probably so stretched out.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You know, he ain't gonna have no fun in jail because nobody's gonna want to have anything to do with that.
That's where he keeps his money, okay, in his man purse.
Hey, on a serious note, though, he probably has so many hemorrhoids that he's had them tattooed.
Oh Lord!
Do me.
Oh Lord, bros, you coming in hot tonight, ain't you?
25
on fire.
25 cents a joke. 5 for $1.
5 for $1. That sounds like a pretty good deal. Okay, that sounds like a pretty good deal. Now I don't know if he was pitching or catching. You know, I don't know which one, but he looked like he might be doing a little bit of both.
He probably just did anything he freaking wanted to. Anyway, I always told my son long time ago, and
don't go to P. Diddy's parties. Is that what you told him?
Yeah.
That was
All
good
right.
advice.
I owe you 25 cents. PJ, you keep track. That was a good one, Jimmy.
Okay.
I told my son, I said, you know, this man, he's got swag. There's something, but when I looked at his eyes, long time ago, I said, there's something wrong with
Well,
his
you know,
eyes.
I heard, you know, they started off the all white parties. By the end of the night, it was an all brown party.
I knew you were going to go there.
All right, you win that joke, okay? But I told my son, there's something wrong with it. I just don't like his eyes.
Uh-huh.
And now all this is coming to light. And on a serious note, besides jokes, is this going to turn out to be another Epstein?
I think so.
See,
Yes.
I think you threw out some wisdom when you said there's some people way up at the top, and he's done pissed somebody off.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Higher ranking than Dolly, I can tell you that.
No, you are high ranking with the Lord Jesus and all your fans and all the people that love you and PJ and Lolo and Wrangler and Tiffany and the evil ex-wife and different things. We all love you. And we love how you just inspire me. My son told me one day when I told him, you know, that you have that little problem, and you said, oh gosh, Mom, I know it's a great source of entertainment for you, but I think I've noticed it's also been therapeutic.
I'd rather
for
have
you
a
to
heart attack than go to a P. Diddy party.
You win. You're the winner of the jokes.
Just saying, that ain't even a joke. I was being honest about that one. Take me to ICU.
Hey, do you think they're going to find some of the missing children and kidnap
In his
people?
butt.
Like,
They're gonna find him in his butt. They need to search his man purse as we speak. He probably got kids and dinosaur
I
bones.
just had a
and all kinds
little
of shit up there.
visual of little tiny hands and shoes and boots kicking out of that ass.
Oh my God.
All right, you got that one. I give you 25 cents on that one. All right, Rose, you be good. You stay safe.
Okay, I'll call you later.
All right. No, don't do it. All right, great. All right, Rose came in on fire.
I know.
I think
The chat is losing me.
most of my viewers are older men and women. We're up there in a little bit of age, and I wouldn't think most of the people in my room would really know so much about P. Diddy, but they do because it's entertainment. Everybody kind of follows entertainment. Thank you, Kimberly. Welcome aboard the Dolly train. We're riding this bitch off the rails tonight. Okay. Hopefully we don't hit a doo-doo spot on the way or any lube. The track is slick. Dolly.
Y'all have lost your ever-loving mind tonight.
We couldn't help it. Okay. We couldn't help it.
DJ, what the hell are you doing to dog?
Not me. I didn't do it.
Sometimes it happens. Sometimes
What the hell? Y'all lost your mind.
every now and then, P. Diddy slips you some drugs and gets you chips. It happens. It can happen to anybody.
I understand why you say you can't take Dolly nowhere now. I understand.
Now, when I oversleep, I'm gonna be like, I hope P. Diddy didn't drug me. Okay, I'm gonna be checking my back part. You know what I'm saying? That man needs a man pond. Okay, tampon for men to stop his ass up. Right?
I wonder how many more of them people get all that money like that. Oh, I'm not saying the name, but you know who I'm talking, television person,
Well, I think a lot of people are going to end up getting in trouble behind this because he's going to sing like a bird. He don't look like he's built for prison.
He might like it.
I mean, he might like it, but he ain't calling the shots.
go
You know what I'm
there,
saying?
though.
He's not calling the shots no more.
Solitary.
And they don't got lube on the canteen. Okay?
He
You just
might
got spit in your
say-
hand and go with it.
he might bend over and say, PJ almost spit her drink out that time.
You got to put some of that hot tooey on it. Okay? We're gonna need the hot tooey girl over here. Okay? We're gonna need the hot tooey girl. We need you. We're out of lube. Hot tooey.
Oh, Lordy. Y'all take it easy. I love y'all so
All right,
much.
Miss Brenda, close your ears for this. All right. We're gonna need the hot 2-week girl. We're gonna get her back viral. Okay, she should have signed the bad boy. Okay, she could have handled the lube and the spit. All right, she could have been multi-purpose. Okay, multi-purpose, multitasking up in here. All right, the call-in number is on the screen: 757-797-6694. What do you think about Diddy going to jail for sex trafficking, arson, RICO, kidnapping? You know, he had a late library book. Okay, he didn't return a library book at this point. That's how many damn charges he got. But like, look, we're gonna let you off everything, but we're gonna give you 20 years for not returning this library book. Dolly!
Dolly!
Yes.
It's Kelly from Boston.
Hey Kelly, how's it going?
I just wanted to comment on the P Diddy thing. I've been growing up with P Diddy. You know,
Lord,
I was born in '82. So.
You better check your tail in. You grew up with him. You might be leaking.
Oh my God.
If you walk down the street and a turd falls out your butt, you was at a P. Diddy party. I blame him for colon cancer. Okay?
Okay.
It happens. It happens.
No, but I've seen so many of his concerts, everything. I had that feeling when he did Happy Chulo.
How do you think he slides around on stage like that? How do you think he slides around like that? That's a lot of that's slick shit right there.
Oh my God. You guys crack me up. I love you guys. I just wanted to say that. I said that back then.
All right, you be good. Okay, if you got your kids listening tonight, please don't. We're talking crazy and joking and you know a lot of funny stuff, right? So for adults. So if you got your kids watching tonight, we're gonna be talking serious here in a little bit, okay? But still trigger warning on the stuff we're talking about after this because the stuff after this is just as bad as what P. Diddy was doing.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, definitely put your kids away or, you know, put on some headphones and listen to it, especially while we're talking about these, you know, Maddie Soto and P. Diddy, because it is a lot of disgusting stuff. And, you know, when you see these powerful people get knocked off, and it is because they done made somebody mad. Dolly.
What's up, Dolly? It's Richard.
What up, Richard? You been in one of the P. Diddy parties?
Think that's part of the parachute pants thing back in the day.
Maybe the parachute pants, yeah.
They could hold all their lube in them pockets.
In the pockets, they had all the zipper pockets and stuff on it.
Yeah.
Somebody told me you'd be going to them P. Diddy parties.
Me? I'm in Texas. I don't go that way.
That's where he be having them. That's where the Freakoff 2024 was. Texas.
No, he's in New York.
Now he's in New York in jail. But he's been having these Freakoffs all over the country.
Oh, well, I don't know. That I don't have.
Don't try to play dumb now. Don't try to play dumb now.
I'm not playing dumb.
I know what the internet street's been saying. They said, "Yo, you know Richard."
Oh yeah,
he's the lube guy. He said, "You supply the lube. You the handler. You the middleman."
No, I'm the middleman. Huh?
You the middleman.
So that means if I'm the middleman, then you're the head honcho.
Hey,
so everybody looking for you.
Hey,
Dolly.
Listen, there's one thing you don't want to be with P. Diddy is the middleman.
Hey,
you don't want to be the middleman.
All mannequins in your house. Right? All the mannequins. I bet they all got a butt pad on them, huh?
Hey, they all here to protect my cheeks. Okay, they all here to protect my cheeks.
Lulu's trying to help you.
You know what I'm saying?
I think he needs to go.
That's why I'm a
metalhead.
metalhead.
Go down.
Okay, that's why I listen to Slayer and damn Metallica.
I know. But
I ain't never heard of Metallica trying to get your cheeks. Okay.
I just hope that everybody comes out. All these poor other women that were mistreated. I hope they all come out now.
But what about the dudes that are ashamed of it? You know what I'm saying? We talk about the women because we know about the women, but there's a lot of men he abused too. And you know, men.
Yeah, but they're coming out, right? Aren't they coming out now, like the guys, or no?
Stuff's coming out their butt, but I don't
like Justin Bieber and all them. Weren't they talking about it now?
Yeah. I mean, they're starting some of them, but you know, it's shameful for a guy. I think it's harder for a guy to say, "Hey, some dude drugged me and took my butt cheeks," than it is for a woman to say, "Hey, I was SA'd." You know.
Well, you know what's crazy is Mike Tyson used to go to all those parties. You know.
Mike Tyson a freak. Would you pass out around Mike Tyson? Hell no. Like wake up with your butt gone and he missing an ear.
Oh man. Dude, you buying them on
And we already know Mike will take it, right? He'll take it. He went to prison for this shit. I'd like, hell no, I ain't sleeping around Mike Tyson PD. I'd be like this, one eye open, like I'd sleep with both eyes open.
Hell yeah.
With my hand with my butt up against the wall.
Yeah, exactly. Sleep in the corner.
Good Lord. Good Lord. So what do you think they're gonna do to him, Richard?
I hope they lock him up forever. And his kids too.
Yeah, I think didn't they arrest 2 of his sons?
I thought that they got.
Yeah, everybody that was at the hearing, I think none of them got to leave, from what I understood.
Good Lord, they should lock his mama up for giving birth to him.
No,
I think her name's on bad.
She might go down too. They might have something on so many people. I just wonder, like Jay-Z and all them, are they going to go down too?
I mean, you know, they were parts of it. All of them. All of them. All of them were hanging out with P. Diddy. What do you think?
Said Lolo needs earmuffs.
Earmuffs on Lolo.
Yeah, but was Snoop Dogg hanging out too with them or no?
Well, you got to remember, they never got along because Snoop Dogg with the whole West Coast
on the other coast
thing. You know what I'm saying?
Ice Cube was with Snoop Dogg, right? That's kind of a different.
Yeah, you know, our West Coast people, they ain't as bad. They haven't been caught up in all these sexual scandals anyway, like the East Coast people.
Yeah, that's true.
There's some freaks
I
from
hope
the
they
East
get
Coast.
him. I hope they don't let him off with something light.
They ain't. If they were going to let him off, he'd have walked today. And when they hit him with that no bond, I knew right then. I was like, "You are done, homie. You are cooked."
But you think it'd be like 40 years?
They're gonna appeal it tomorrow. They said.
Yeah, yeah, but he's
they're gonna appeal it every day.
I know.
Everybody knows he's a flight risk. You let him out, he's gonna be gone.
Well, he's harassing.
He got caught on his plane once already, right?
Yeah, remember they went to raid his house and he jumped on the plane and was gone. They didn't know where his plane had went. There wasn't no manifest of where he was landing, right? And then he landed in some islands and shit. Like he will go somewhere there's no extradition, and he got plenty of money and just never come back.
Yeah,
so
that's what
they ain't letting him go, because then you're gonna have the federal government search for him and hunt him down. He done fake his own death and shit, you know, and like
he always got to do is go somewhere where there's no extradition.
The Kris Jenner. How come that lady's involved with him?
I don't know. I mean, he's rich, so all these rich people are like they're cultish. You know what I'm saying? They're weird as hell. Once you get millions, I don't trust any of these rich ass people. Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They get weird as hell when they get rich. Maybe it's like, but good Lord, how much sex do you need?
Exactly.
For days and days and thousands of bottles of lube.
1,000 bottles of baby oil in a hotel?
More than 1,000.
More than 1,000.
In a hotel? What the hell?
He probably had an old school waterbed and they were sliding around doo-doo flying. It probably nasty as hell.
With the lava lamp in the corner, huh?
It's like P. Diddy and 50 people, one
Richard
cup.
was there. He
right?
just told
See, you did, Richard. You gave yourself away. Hey, but look, I appreciate you calling in.
All right, man. Y'all be good.
All right, peace.
All right.
Boy, imagine that, right? Water beds and baby oil. You got all kinds of dudes. They're sliding on it like a slip and slide. You know what I'm saying? Sliding right up in each other. Dirty, nasty, nasty dude, right? I ain't never shaking his hand. Like P. Diddy. Hey, nah, hell nah. Psych. Remember that old shit back in the day? People like, psych. You know what I'm saying? Hell nah, I ain't touching that dude. I ain't touching him. It's crazy, right? All right. Phone lines open, 757-797-6694.
Patty said don't touch anyone that has money.
Don't touch anyone that has money.
That's
Okay, well, I'm broke. You ain't got to worry about me. I can't even afford baby oil. Okay, I'd have one bottle. Okay, one bottle.
Where? You don't have baby oil.
I don't have baby oil in this whole house. Okay. What the hell would I need baby oil for?
I thought you said you had what? I didn't hear you right. Just ignore me.
Serving Satan. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Thank you, Vince. Guys, get on train with us. Thank you for gifting them memberships. P. Diddy. hotline. You lube, we slide.
Slip and slide hotline.
The slip and slide hotline. We got baby oil on stock.
1,000 bottles of lube on the wall.
1,000 bottles of lube on the wall, right? Oh, Lord.
That old song.
All right, Mad, did you ever go to any P. Diddy's parties?
Yeah.
People are denying the hell out of it. Remember when everybody wanted to go to P. Diddy's parties? Now everybody's like, nah, I ain't never been. Not me. I don't know that guy.
Yeah, I was the the lube master there.
The lube master, okay? He's like Oprah. You get some lube, you get some lube. Everybody get some lube, okay? You got to lube up before you get to the door.
He was calling me the lube mapster.
The lube mapster. Okay, the lube mapster. You supplied the lube and the baby oil. What about the linens? Who supplied the linens?
The linens.
You know some shit getting nasty when he orders 1,000 sets of sheets. Okay,
Lord.
We need 1,000 sets of sheets because we about to stain these up.
I think they threw that shit out.
Literally.
They put new shit on every morning.
Maybe. What? I mean, imagine.
How many beds are there, though?
I wouldn't want to sleep in one of his guest beds. Oh my God, that should be like a bed in Motel 6. Okay.
Oh.
I'd rather take my chances with the bed bugs.
Oh.
Yeah. It's disgusting.
Good Lord.
What is the world coming to?
Now, you know, when they knock one of them off, all it is going to be somebody else doing it now. The parties will be at Jay-Z's house. You know what I'm saying? The party don't stop. You know what I'm saying?
No, it won't stop. But, you know, he's probably going to die of like an asthma attack or something in jail, you know, have like a medical.
Slip on a banana peel. Slip.
They won't get to him in time, and then he'll just pass
Camera
away.
will be off.
Yeah, because you know this man knows some dirt on some super powerful people. There's no doubt that he got dirt on all kind of powerful people.
Just another Epstein.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna last long.
Well, it all depends. If maybe his people are if you in the political world, that's when you slip on a banana peel. Okay.
Yeah.
When you hanging out with the presidents and shit, and congressmen and senators, that's when you slip on a banana peel. He's hanging out with rappers. They don't give a damn about the rappers, so he might actually make it. Maybe. I don't know. They're rich and powerful too. Don't say that 3 times. It's like Beetlejuice. You'll vanish. You know what I'm saying? You'll wake up with a book that says a book for the recently deceased.
Yeah. All right, brother.
All right, Mapster.
Keep the jokes going.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
Okay. Good thing I didn't go to none of them parties. I wanted to go too. I was like, man, them parties look like they bumping. I didn't know they were really bumping. Okay. They were bumping uglies.
Someone in chat said his attorneys were the same Epstein used. So was Karen Reed's.
So, I mean, like when you charge with something this horrible and this bad, and it's worldwide, you're going to need some powerful ass lawyers. And by the time he's done and all these lawsuits go through, he won't have anything left. They're going to completely destroy this man and put him in prison for a good little bit. Come on, Lolo. Don't worry, P. Diddy ain't out there. He ain't out there. All right. We in Virginia, not Springfield. You're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. So anybody else want to touch in on the P. Diddy stuff? Last call for P. Diddy. All right. Now listen, I know you ashamed if you went to the party, but we won't pick on you. We won't joke you because you got your problems already. Okay, you got problems already. Dolly.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, let me turn it down.
All right.
Well, sorry for my asthma.
Okay.
Well, Jonathan Audie is the person that's the sex slave. That was. You can find his where he talked about all that happened with him and Cassie. He actually literally went to prison for everything that happened, and he said that he was paid off and bought houses and stuff. So
I bet
I
he
think
was.
it's real.
Of course, when you got that many millions of dollars, you just pay the hush money, and I guess P. Diddy wasn't paying enough. He wasn't paying the right people. He missed the payment, and then boom, they're all over him now. all over them.
Yeah.
And they're just going to keep digging out more stuff, more and more. When you do this, it's only the tip of the iceberg. More people are going to come forward. More people are going to accuse him of things. More people are going to start filing lawsuits against him until he's left owing money. Like, he got millions in the bank now. It'll be in the negative numbers within 6 months.
Yeah, if they find it all.
Well, I'm
it seems
sure
like
he.
has a lot
I mean,
of
I
friends
heard.
and connections.
I heard that last year that he was hiding money already. That he was hiding money, liquidating things, and these offshore accounts. He probably got his money hidden in Russia, Switzerland, all kind of different countries. And I don't blame. But here's the thing: you can hide this money, and that's great for your family. But if they give you the next 40 years in prison, and you're already a 50-year-old man, you ain't going to live till you're 90.
Yeah, but as long as people, I guess, putting money on his books so he can pay off the people in prison so they don't
kill
beat
him.
his butt.
Yeah, I mean,
he's in solitary though.
Yeah, he's too high profile to be
can't
in
never
population.
be
Well, you think that about the person that just was the one that died from trafficking all those women to that island?
Yeah, well, he was in jail when he died. He never even made it to prison. He slipped on a banana peel. Sometimes they be laying around in jail like Mario Kart.
He was in solitary too.
But think about it. P. Diddy has knowledge on politicians,
maybe
kings and queens and stuff. And that would make you more of a risk because who runs the government? The prisons.
Well, yeah, there are some powerful people. And if you know stuff on the wrong people, this may be what it is so they could get their hands on them. I've been watching that show Blacklist. It's just like Blacklist. You know what I'm saying? He's like P. Diddy, number 78. You know what I'm saying? He could be right. You ever seen that show Blacklist?
Yes.
It's about a shadow government and all the crooked, crazy things they do. And there's an informant that's exposing all of the crooked government stuff. It's like that. And when you know things, everybody in that show dies. Okay? They kill everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody dies.
Yeah.
You know something, you
But
die.
But if you want to see the interview about the guy, his name is Jonathan Audie. He disappeared. He's missing. He's supposed to be in jail to go to court, and he never showed up. He's missing.
Yeah, he's probably missing. Like ain't never going to be found missing.
Yeah.
Because P. Diddy got enough money to have people
go missing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but how do you go missing in jail?
He got people on the outside. He still has his whole people around him. If he was doing it, all the people around him were doing it. And them people are still on the streets. So if they want to shut you up, they got the money and the power and gang connections at that to shut you up.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
P. Diddy's a dangerous man, even from that jail. I mean, it don't take but one phone call and a little bit of code words to be like, make sure these people don't show up to court. Even Biggie, remember Biggie even rapped about tying people up in the Brooklyn basement so they wouldn't make it to court. I mean, Biggie used to rap about taking witnesses and killing them. So, I mean, maybe it was just in his raps. I don't know if he really did anything like that, but he really did hustle drugs. He was really selling cocaine all over the country. And even here in this state, Biggie had a spot. And I know that for a fact.
Diddy's in the same spot Epstein was in.
Oh, Lord, yeah. But,
well, we've had rumors here in Texas. I'm from Texas. And there was stuff about him, possibly the reason that Lefty was killed, that it really wasn't an accident, that he was behind it.
Oh, I don't know. What, the car ran off the road when she flipped down that?
Yeah, that someone he hired to run her off the road.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, when you powerful, you can make things happen and bad things.
Yeah.
And look
at
she
was having contract problems.
If you look at Tupac and Biggie, I mean, Tupac was murdered. Biggie was assassinated. So there's some terrible things that go around these people. And there's a lot of people that P. Diddy had problems with that vanished, gone, never seen again, just disappeared. So I'm surprised he's not charged with some type of murder. And it might not be long before somebody starts spilling some shit on people he's had assassinated.
Yeah, and I'm surprised there's not other people, like other big shots, as they say, the gatekeepers.
Yeah, but if you're a big shot and you come out, then people know you involved. You know what I'm saying? You say anything now, you involved. You know, and you had one known for a long time. I don't think it's no real big surprise to people. It's just it was all rumors, and now people are realizing the rumors of what people were saying about him are true, and now people are believing them rumors, and you're starting to think, well, damn, he's been doing this for 25 years.
Yes, as long as I can remember.
Yeah. Hey, well, look, we appreciate you calling in. It was good talking to you.
Thank you. You have a good day.
All right, peace. We ain't even hit 1,000.
No,
I'm rage
and I'm
quitting.
going to bed.
I'm going to P. Diddy's party. That's it. All right. No, I'm kidding. I ain't going nowhere near P. Diddy. You getting ready to go to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. So the phone number's up. I'll take a couple more calls on the P. Diddy stuff, and then I'm going to jump in to this interview, right, with Jen Soto, the mother of Maddie Soto. And this interview is kind of long. It's a video, and it's the actual interview she does with it's the Orange County interview from 3/1/24, where she goes over to, the whole sex crimes are not evil. Now, P. Diddy's sex crimes sounded pretty damn evil, right? He was drugging people. He was, making people have relationships with other people against their will. So he wasn't just pimping women out, that he was forcing these women and drugging these women to make them have sex with all his friends. Dolly. Yes.
Hi, this is Karen from Texas.
Hi, Karen.
I just wanted to. I'm also from Texas, and
it's been a lot of Texas calling in tonight. Everybody's been from Texas.
We're representing tonight.
Definitely.
So I was calling about the P. Diddy thing. I didn't catch the beginning of the show.
Good thing you didn't.
Well, I happen to know, like, for a long time, P. Diddy always seemed to have that sideways kind of, he didn't seem right to me anyways. When Tupac and Biggie got killed, that, all of that, I don't think that had anything to do with P. Diddy, and that's something.
Oh, it did. It all stemmed from a shooting in Atlanta. The whole beef, everything that started from a incident that happened in a nightclub in Atlanta, where P. Diddy allegedly shot the doorman.
And so it ended up out with Tupac.
It ended up escalating, and then we ended up with Biggie and Tupac fight, and then the East Coast West Coast beef, and then now both of them, of course, Tupac got murdered, and then Biggie got assassinated. So yeah, it all stems from Sean Puffy Combs.
It's crazy because it's like you said, we've all been like knowing there's something ain't right about him for a long time. I never even liked him.
I didn't think the whole sex trafficking thing would come out. I thought he was going to end up being labeled the Big P because he seems to like kids, these young men that are coming up in the entertainment world. He likes to take them under their wings, like Justin Bieber. He should be under the prison for what he did to Biebs and probably what he did to Usher. And so not only does he like guys, but he likes young boys, and that is a predator. And when I heard about the women, I was like, well, I thought he was just gay, but apparently he likes it all.
Yeah. Well, I know since he's been up on top, kind of like holding all this information on people, now that he has been taken into jail, I think a lot of stuff is going to start coming out.
I bet you there is a lot of scared people tonight. I bet you there's a lot of scared entertainers that did a lot of dirt with P. Diddy, and they're scared for their damn lives right now. They're thinking my career is about to end.
Possibly, but those people also have that dirt on P. Diddy.
Yeah, but P. Diddy's already in jail. You can't put you no more in jail than you already are. You know what I'm saying? It's the free people that are still walking the streets that are scared. They're like, oh, Lord, I wonder if the feds are going to kick my door in. because these
Yeah,
parties
it's
he
the
was
bad
having.
one.
They have lists. They have, who's been invited, who was at these parties. Because if these types of things were going on and you were there, you were aware of it. You know what I'm saying? And how bad is that for your career where women are being sexually assaulted and you're there? Not only there, but you probably took part in it.
Yeah, well, certain people were told you don't want to stay until after a certain time.
Yeah, I bet so. You know what I'm saying? You better get out while you can, right? Do it in reverse.
Yeah.
Walk backwards, okay? Walk backwards. So there ain't no chance.
Yeah, definitely.
When you leave his house, you got to check
Definitely.
your cheeks. Are they still there?
You wouldn't even catch me over there, but
Nah, I'm not that cool to ever get invited. You know what I'm saying? Nobody invites me to shit. So I ain't got to worry about it.
I'm okay with that. But yeah, this is my first time calling in.
Thank you for calling. Good talking to you.
Yeah, and I'm TOC down in the chat, and so I've been waiting for a good time to call in for you guys. And
The P Diddy did it. That was it. I got a call. P Diddy.
No, there were people like flooding the calls in and stuff, and I actually know a little bit about that situation. And so, but yeah, I just wanted to definitely give you guys Dolly, PJ, and Lolo love.
Thank you. Well, you take care of yourself. You be safe. Don't show up at no P Diddy parties or Jay-Z.
Oh, definitely not.
I wouldn't even trust showing up at a Beyonce party at this point. Stay away.
Oh, no. You won't catch me.
All right. Peace.
All right, bye.
All right. I hope the Illuminati don't. I hope they don't come for me. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey. Can you hear me?
It's Rose.
Rose, you already called. You got to leave room for other people to call, Rose. Okay.
I'm so selfish.
I see that. Did you want to
like the lady in your next picture, next subject, the Soto girl, the woman, the creep?
Yeah.
Freak. Hey, about the P Diddy though, before you get off on, before you leave the channel, I just wanted to say that I really kind of got to know P Diddy back with J-Lo, and that was a thing. But I really met him first when he was on that movie called Carlito's Way.
I don't know if I've seen that. I may have. I can't remember it.
Yes, you did, with Sean Combs, and he was like one of the drug lords in that movie. And I know you've seen Carlito's Way with Al Pacino and stuff.
Maybe. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, in that movie, he played like a gangster.
Okay.
And I remember watching that movie and thinking, man, that guy is a great actor, the way he carries and portrays himself. And now I know he wasn't acting. He was already into that, and that's an old movie. You need to check that out. Carlito's Way.
It's New Jack. They said it's not. New Jack City didn't have Puffy in it. It had. I remember Chris Rock was in it. But it wasn't New Jack City. P Diddy wasn't in that. That was Wesley Snipes.
I'm talking about the movie Carlito's Way.
All right, I had to check it out, Rose. You be good. It was good talking to you. Gotta go. Dolly.
Oh my gosh, how are you doing, Dolly?
Hey, how's it going?
I usually call about 80 times.
About 80 times? Okay. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Natalie from Texas.
Natalie from Texas. A lot of Texas tonight. Texas is in the house.
That's because everybody on the East Coast is doing something else tonight. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it comes out the back.
Maybe.
Okay, two things. One, I should have called you earlier when you were having your recovery time to remind you to change your voicemail to Dolly Vision. And two, I told you at the beginning of this case, I know you haven't played it. I know you're on Diddy, but I think the mother did it, and Stephen is covering for her. I think that's why he's just crying, because he knows he's going to prison.
You talking about Stephen Stearns?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he definitely he's gone just as long as P Diddy. They might be cellmates. Okay.
Lord have mercy.
Either though, Stephen Stearns is in Florida, P Diddy's in New York right now. So P Diddy's not even he's in a shitty facility too, like the rough part.
Oh, he is. Where's he in jail at?
In New York.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's where he had court today. That's where they held him with no bond. So I'm assuming that's where they got him housed.
Is that the same one?
But then again, he may be, I'm not sure. He may be in a federal facility because the RICO is a federal charge.
And what charge is that for? Because isn't
RICO is conspiring. RICO? Like say I'm connected to 5 people that are breaking the law, and they don't even got to catch me breaking the law. All they need is to prove that I'm connected to these people that are breaking the law, and that is the RICO.
Wasn't that once called something else?
They used this to bring down organized crime, the mob. That's what they brought down the mob with, is RICO charges.
I thought it was called something else, though.
Yeah, you don't even have to break the law. You just got to be connected to people that are breaking the law. If they can show you're connected to 4 people that are in organized crime breaking the law and you're part of that, that's all they need to convict you on a RICO charge. Yeah. And RICO charges carry huge ass sentences. And the federal government, they got like a 98.9% conviction rate. So not many people walk from federal charges.
Well, it's going to be pretty interesting to watch everybody in the celebrity world scatter.
Like roaches. That's what they're doing tonight, is scattering. That's what I think, is they're all scattering like roaches. They're doing everything to protect themselves. I bet you a lot of people are lawyering up.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you know you've been to them parties and you took part in this stuff, the federal government is coming for you. You got to know it. You got to know it. The RICO charge right there, once the RICO is, all they got to do is connect you to him, and they can arrest you on a RICO charge. They just got to connect you. They ain't even got to prove you broke the law. They just got to prove that you're connected to the person that did, to this organized crime. And that is how they brought down the mob, and they will take down everybody around him with that RICO charge.
A no mercy manhunt about to happen.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking in some doors. And you got to know this man is going to try to save himself. At this point with them charges, he's going to try to save himself. So if he knows some fucking dirt on you, he's telling it. He's going to squeal like a little piggy.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
So I know there's some people that don't want him around right now, so he better be safe in that jail, because he may end up slipping on a banana peel. It happens. Epstein, look.
I know. That's why I was wondering if he's in the same place or Epstein was in Washington, D.C.
He better pray he ain't. You know what I'm saying? He better pray that he's only pissed off other rappers and not no high political power people. Governors, senators.
All by himself. Well, Epstein was too. He was all by himself. He wasn't in population.
Yeah, I know. But he had, he was hanging out with former presidents and different things like that. And you see how long he made it in jail. Not long.
You think he's alive?
Well, the Maxwell lady, she pretty much, she made it. I thought she was going to be the next one to vanish, just gone. Nobody knows what is her name? Gasline Maxwell.
But if you look that up, they're not even giving any information on that.
I know, because she holds national security secrets. You know what I'm saying? It can endanger politicians and senators.
I don't think Epstein's gone. I don't think Epstein.
A lot of people say that they let him out and he's living somewhere under an alias.
Yeah, because that was all
and all that. You never know. These people are powerful. They make people vanish.
Oh yeah, a lot of corruption.
I know. That's why I'm so hooked on that show Blacklist. It's all about government.
I have to check it out.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. There's like 10 seasons of it. There's like 23 shows a season.
I got a small addiction to YouTube.
Yeah, it's just about government corruption and the feds trying to shut it down. And there's an informant and he's telling all of it about the cabal. And how, this organized crime is working around. I mean, not just in the United States, but around the world, how all these people are connected. And it's true. I mean, there's a lot of truth to it.
About how the government has a lot of control over our TV and how they kind of flip.
Well, 3 people control our media. 3 people. That's amazing. right? No matter what news network you watch on TV, any TV, 3 people own all of it. So that's why you have these different narratives, but they control exactly what you see in the news. 3 people.
Exactly. That's why you try not to watch that TV.
That's the elite. It's the top of the pyramid. You know, some people like to joke
100%.
about the Illuminati, but maybe they're not Illuminati, but the elite hang with the elite, the 1%. You know, these are the richest people. They got more wealth than the whole planet combined, just a small group of families. Your Rothschilds, you know what I'm saying? And stuff like
You
that.
have to think about all the technology that we have now, too. The government has 10 to 20 years before we even had access to it. So just imagine.
Yes, absolutely they do. So yeah, our technology hits 20 years later, you know, so they got damn UFOs now. You know what I'm saying? They got UFOs in the sky. So you think it's crazy, but it ain't. It ain't.
No, you know what? One night I was sitting outside and it was complete dark. I lived in the country and my hair was moving, but the wind wasn't blowing. And I was just like, I heard, and I was like, a nighthawk, because I grew up in Virginia. So I was like, oh my gosh, is that a nighthawk? Like, what the heck's going on around here? And it was drones, but they were completely silent, and I couldn't see them. So,
the technology is way more advanced than what we see on the street.
Yeah,
Military technology, anyway.
They were running like invisible or some kind of drone because the guy that lived in the same city that I did, we lived in the country, and he was running pigeons, no kidding, to deliver messages to sell drugs.
Pigeons?
To Dallas. Yes.
That's
birds.
crazy.
He had
That's crazy.
It was pigeons or whatever they used. I think they were pigeons. But he was running pigeons as messengers selling drugs. Yeah.
I can share this with you, right? I hung out with one of the dudes that was actually in one of the choppers, because you know I'm from Virginia, right? I live right by the base where SEAL Team 6 is, right? So I knew this chick. I knew this chick that was friends with this other chick, and her husband was one of the dudes on SEAL Team 6. So I went out partying one night, and they live in a camper on the beach on the base, right? So I get out there talking to him about conspiracy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know, Osama ain't dead, things like that. And he said, look, I can tell you now, you are a conspiracy theorist. I seen him with my own eyes that he's dead. Right? This is what the man told me. And I said, well, have you ever heard of the Aurora? Right? And Aurora is what they've been rumoring for like the last 15 years, which is anti-gravity aircraft is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So if you watch anything on YouTube, like top scientists that work for Boeing or Lockheed, they're all working on anti-gravity aircrafts, right? So I asked them, I said, look, there's this rumor that there's, you know, the Aurora, which can fly around the planet in 3 hours, right? So it works on
go any direction.
Any direction, and it works on this technology, these anti-gravity technology. And he said, man, you are a conspiracy theorist. That don't exist. I said, well, look, back in the day when everybody was seeing UFOs that looked like a bat in the air, nobody knew what it was. But then when it was released, top secret, it was the stealth bomber. Okay. Remember when everybody was seeing the stealth bomber, they thought it was a UFO. Yeah. They were like, we're seeing this wing-shaped craft in the air. And all that was the stealth bomber. Well, now people are seeing different things in the air that can move in different directions. He said, well, this is what I tell you. He is high up in the military. He said if there was a weapon, an active weapon that they were using in the military, he would be trained in it, right? Because he's part of SEAL Team 6. And he travels all over the country training in different type of combat. He said, we would know if it was being used. But he said, I can tell you this. If it's not being used and they're working on it, we wouldn't know. He said, so there is a possibility. And I asked him, I said, well, you know, when they released the stealth bomber from being top secret, did they just stop working on top secret stuff? They're always working on something top secret, right? So they're always doing something that you don't know about because it's the next evolution in war. So they're building something. If they let you know about the stealth bomber, that's because they got something better than the stealth bomber.
I don't remember your thoughts on it, but what is your thoughts about landing on the moon?
I don't think we've been there.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't think we've been to the moon. I think that was propaganda. And during the Cold War, because we were in a space race, the missiles. You know, if your missile can reach the moon, that means
And
we can strike your country.
All Hollywood.
And then we brought in all the Germans, all these war criminals. They built NASA. Okay, the missile defense systems and all this stuff that's been built, they were built by German scientists that were really should be executed. And we brought them all here to this country. We took all of them, and that's how come we have NASA. The damn German scientists built NASA.
I'm telling you, I have this argument all the time. I'm like, there is no way. Why don't they go there?
I mean, I could go into a bunch of crazy conspiracy stuff, but hey, look, I appreciate you calling.
All right, give your woman big hugs for taking care of you, because caretakers don't get enough credit.
I know, that is true.
Yeah, it is. All right, have a good night.
All right, peace. Now, listen, I hate to sound like a conspiracy theorist. There's some shit going on. I'm just letting you. Dolly. There's some shit going on. Hello?
Dolly?
Yes.
Yes, let's talk about P. Diddy.
Okay, let's do it.
You know Oprah's panties are in a twist tonight.
Oprah, yeah, she liked P. Diddy. She was
she loved him.
Well,
you got Beyonce, you got Jay-Z, you got Ashton Kutcher. All their names are going to be thrown into it. Oprah's drinking some red wine tonight and probably getting drunk.
Or blood.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he'll last in jail. I think
all these rich people are satanic. I don't know what it is. Once you get $100 million, you instantly satanic.
Because they're elite. Like you said, they're elite. This is the 1% of elite, and they got nothing better to do with their money, so they want to try freaky things.
Well, I would say, you know, P. Diddy don't quite fall under the elite. He's worth probably $1 billion. There's people out here that are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Them,
right, exactly.
You know, them are your elite. Them are the 1%, and them are the people that control the whole world, not just our country, but the whole world. And it's corporations. Right. It's corporations that run our planet. It ain't your president or your queen. It's corporations that call the shots.
Exactly. I'm sure you're correct. And I'm sure that he had a hand in Tupac's murder, because I believe that he was jealous of him. Tupac was talented. Tupac was handsome. This guy has evil eyes. From the minute I saw him, I was never a fan of his.
Yeah, I've never been a big fan of P. Diddy either.
He has a nasty face. He looks like the type that if you see him on the street and you don't know who he is, you're going to walk on the other side of the street because he looks mean. He looks mean. He looks nuts. He doesn't look normal.
Well, I do know a girl that met him on an elevator, and what she told me was, you know, I met P. Diddy on an elevator in New York. She got on an elevator and he was on it with his security. And she said that he smelled really good. That's all she said. She said the man smelled really good. And I'll be thinking, damn, he probably smelled like booty hole. But she just said, I met him. I talked to him for just a couple seconds. And I was like, and she was like, he smelled really good. So whatever he was wearing, I guess she thought smelled really good.
Yeah, he had to cover up all that odor.
Maybe.
All that
baby oil she was
smelling.
Maybe it was baby oil, right? Who knows?
Anyway, yeah. He's done. He will never get out, and I don't believe that he'll stay alive in prison. I don't believe he'll stay alive in prison. He will never get out. This is a federal case. There is no way.
And it gives his enemies a lot of chance to get their hands on him, because he's made some enemies along the way. You know, a lot of enemies, a lot of people in gangs that, you know, are enemies of him. So you never know what could happen, you know?
No.
I wouldn't be surprised if we turn on the news and they find him dead in a jail cell.
That's what I think.
You know?
That's what I think.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I don't think this is gonna I don't think it's gonna be a long case. I don't think we're gonna see this all over the news in a year from now or 2 years. I think this is gonna be one and done. He's gonna be gone.
Yeah.
It's gonna be over.
The powers to be have come for him, and when they come for you, it's a wrap.
Exactly. It's a wrap, and it's fast. You saw what happened with Epstein.
And you don't hear no rich, powerful people out here defending them either. Like, no. Everybody went quiet like crickets. You can hear fucking crickets in the entertainment world.
Yeah, nobody's saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe he's being accused." this man's being accused of this. No, nobody say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's the past now. Now they just got to get rid of him.
Yeah. Well, you're going to hear more people come out because now people won't be scared. You know, he don't have the power. Once they hit him for all that money and they start seizing his money and his assets, then that's when he's going to lose power, and that's when you're going to really start to hear what he's done. And it may only come out as rumors, but you know, there's a lot of times in these rumors there's some truth to it.
I know, but we didn't see everything that happened with Jeffrey Epstein. We didn't get to see the black book. We didn't get to see all the names. That was all covered up. We saw a few here and there and rumors.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing solid. I agree. It was
nothing,
lot of
nothing substantial, nothing. This is what happened. This is who he was with. Nothing like that.
Well, you know, he was donating to a lot of political parties too. So
exactly,
he was filling the pockets of a lot of high-powered people. And these
parties, when you've got those kind of dirtbags, they're going to pay off the politicians. They're going to pay off all those people to keep their mouths shut.
Yeah, I mean, what's with all these rich people sleeping with kids? It's like once they get $100 million, it's like, okay, we become the big P word. Like, it seems like it's the trendy thing to do. Like, let's go, you know, let's fly off out of this country where we can get away with doing certain things that we can't do in America, you know?
They have everything.
Thinking it's not going to come back on them. And it goes into what I said about the elite. They always got to have something to blackmail you with. And if you don't take part in this, you're not going to make it to that next brick in the pyramid.
That's true.
You know,
it is in some sorts an Illuminati. It really is when you think about it. And Cat Williams, my God, he kept on saying he wanted no part of this. He wanted no part. He didn't care what he was offering. He took no part in this.
Yeah, and you got to remember, they tried to discredit Cat Williams real bad, and like before that too. Before he started telling on everybody, they were trying to really discredit Cat Williams. He's on drugs. He's doing cocaine. He's acting erratic. He was.
Yeah, they tried to make him like he's nuts.
Yeah, like he was nuts.
Mm-hmm. I know. I agree.
He was acting a little crazy though, but as far as when he knew. He does know stuff because he's been around. He's made millions and millions of dollars. So when you get into that upper, you know, in entertainment, you start to see these what would they call it? Freak fest, freak outs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Freak off. Yeah.
Freak off. You start getting invited to things like this. And
I'm wondering Kris Jenner's part in this.
I don't know. I don't know.
Her name was brought up that
maybe
she was
supplying certain things for certain people.
Exactly.
You know?
I mean, there's another person, a lot of money. Mm-hmm. I mean, who has more money than them? I mean, they got their hand in everything. So he's going to disappear. He's just going to disappear.
I don't know.
And I think that his lawyer BS'd him that he's going to get out. He's not going to get out.
He ain't getting out. I know that. He definitely ain't getting out. Not with the charges he got, not with the RICO stuff. He's not getting out. There's no chance in hell. I don't care if he came up with $100 million right now and said, hey, I'll put up $100 million bond. He ain't getting out.
No.
So, but hey, look, I appreciate you calling in.
All right. You take care, Dolly.
All right. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, he got knocked off by somebody that's higher up on the pyramid than him. They were like, okay, this guy's the end. He's done this, or you know what I'm saying? He's being too reckless. So they've took him out. Now, will he end up dead in prison? I mean, I don't know. It depends who he associated with. Dolly.
Hey, wow, I got in the first call. What's up, Dolly? Maserati Matt.
What's your name?
Maserati Matt.
Ernie Mac?
Maserati Matt.
Maserati Matt. All right, you right up there in New York, ain't you, Matt?
Yeah, what's up, man?
You didn't go to, I know you had that Maserati. You wasn't driving it in none of them P. Diddy parties, was you?
Nah. I actually moved down to the Carolinas the last year, so I'm the Carolinas now.
Okay.
Carolina.
I was worried about you.
Nah, hey, I was worried about you. Speaking of that, I was calling in because I know you were so busy in the beginning, right? When you got out of the hospital, you had everybody, you know, wishing you well and everything. So I was said to myself, I'm not going to be able to get through, so I'll give it a couple of days. And I just wanted to come up here, man, and say, I'm praying for you. I'm still praying for you.
Thank you.
You know, I'm so glad you're back.
I'm getting better a little bit. a little bit each day. I feel a little tiny bit better and a little tiny bit better. I still got a lot of appointments coming up, doctor's appointments and cardio rehab and all kinds of stuff.
Hey, that's awesome. It's a blessing though. You'll get through it. You know, my mom had to do that, and she had the same thing that you had done. She actually, that was last year, and she's doing great now. And she actually feels a lot better too. So I don't know. You might have more energy. That's what she says. She says she's got more energy and she's less short on breath. But yeah, man. On the other hand, this P. Diddy shit is crazy. And one reason why I was calling up, I don't know if it was you telling me this or if it was somebody else telling me this, but I was under the impression that Biggie was assassinated because they wanted to get him out of the picture and make room for Jay-Z.
Now, I don't know if I told you that, but Biggie Smalls was definitely assassinated. His was plot and planned. Tupac was killed because of that fight at the MGM Grand, is what I truly believe, right? Because what was it, Nate Dogg, some got a chain robbed and snatched, and Orlando Bloom was wearing, is it Bloom? I know his first name's Orlando. Baby Lane. Familiar. Baby Lane is what he goes by, was his gang name, Baby Lane. He was in the MGM Grand, and that's when Tupac and the Entourage jumped him. They jumped him because he had robbed Nate Dogg or something for a chain at like a mall, and he was wearing that chain. That's why they stomped the shit out of him at the MGM Grand. And then, of course, Keefe D, Baby Lane, and the people that were in that white Cadillac rolled up. First, they went to a nightclub that Tupac was supposed to be at, and Tupac never showed up. So when they were leaving the nightclub, they were going down Las Vegas Boulevard, and they happened to see somebody hanging out the window talking to two girls, and that was Tupac. And they drove past them, turned around, came up beside him, and Keefe D gave the other gang member that was on the driver's side the gun, and he wouldn't shoot Tupac. He refused. He wouldn't fire the weapon. So Baby Lane took the gun, hung over top of him, and shot Tupac. And then,
that's really how it went down.
Yeah, that's how it went down. And Baby Lane, his best friend, was with him in a truck one day, and one of his own gang members, the same gang he's in, he had a dispute over some crack cocaine, and the guy shot him in the neck, and then shot his best friend.
Over something small like that.
Yeah,
man?
look. So he was driving down the street with his best friend, and he said, "Yo, pull over. This dude owes me some money on some crack cocaine." Right. So when they pulled over, he got out. The dude didn't have the money. They got in an argument. He shot Baby Lane in the neck and then started shooting into the truck and shot Baby Lane's best friend. Baby Lane's best friend lived, and he did an interview on Vlad TV about the shooting of Baby Lane getting killed. So the person that killed Tupac is dead. Baby Lane is dead. His name is Orlando. Yeah.
Do you think because I heard that there was $1 million on his head?
I think that was afterwards. I don't think he ever, like, it was a bounty, like, here's $1 million, go kill Tupac. I think after he did that, P. Diddy went and gave Keefe D $1 million and thanked him for killing Tupac.
Damn.
So it wasn't.
Do you think they're gonna bring anything about that up in this case?
Yeah. Because right now Keefe D is in trial, and he's been saying that this has to do with P. Diddy. So yeah, I'm sure it's going to get brought up, but can they prove it? That's a different story. You know, they found a weapon.
Right. There was no cell phones back then, and there was nothing really you could link it to.
It's Orlando Anderson. I said Bloom. You're right. It's Orlando Anderson. What's his name? Baby Lane. So that's what killed Tupac. Now, Biggie was assassinated. They planned that. They had a shooter waiting, because Biggie didn't do nothing to nobody for him to be assassinated. And then the dude up on the car, looked in. He was a Muslim man. They know who shot him, right? But they don't know the circumstances around it. But it seemed strange, according to Biggie's bodyguard, because they rushed everybody out. And you would think if they were worried about a shooter, they would have kept everybody inside, but they didn't. So it was almost like Biggie was set up and assassinated. Because I was a huge Biggie fan.
How did that go down exactly again? I know he was outside of something.
He was in LA. He was in LA. He was paying for protection. right? He had paid for protection. So, when they go in, they call it like checking in. They go to the biggest gang that's out there. They pay them security, right? So they can run the streets and not get, the gangs don't do nothing to them. So they had checked in, they had paid for security, but they had got a call while they were inside the awards that there was something was going down. There was a threat. And instead of keeping them there, they rushed them outside to get into the vehicles. And that vehicle that was there waiting had been there all day, right? They said that vehicle had been parked there all day. And right before Biggie got shot, Little C's was in the back seat. A dude walked up with a bow tie, a Muslim guy, looked into the vehicle, right? Security pulled a weapon, right, when he walked up to the vehicle, but didn't do nothing to him because he didn't say nothing. He just looked into the vehicle. Then he turned around and he walked off. Then he got in that vehicle that had been sitting there all day, and when they went by, that's when the shots rang out that killed Biggie Smalls.
Man.
So.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. The world is crazy, man.
So a lot of people say they were both murdered, but I'm like, no. Tupac was murdered. Biggie Smalls was assassinated. That was planned. There was a plot.
There's a difference. You're right.
Yeah, there's a difference in it. They retaliated on Tupac.
Wasn't there another attempt on Tupac too?
Yeah, he shot himself at the studio. A lot of people don't know that, but Tupac shot himself. Yeah. And that's because he was messing with that friend of Mike Tyson. I forget his name. Haitian Jack. Haitian Jack had Tupac shot. Biggie claimed it, but when he got shot, Biggie took him up into the studio and tried to save him, right? So Biggie didn't shoot him. A lot of people think when he was at that studio that Biggie shot him, right? Biggie didn't shoot him. Biggie tried to save him. He got robbed in the elevator by Haitian Jack's dudes. Haitian Jack was hanging out with Mike Tyson. And you know who else hung out with Mike Tyson, right? Tupac.
Fuck, yeah.
And Mike Tyson called Tupac and told him to leave Haitian Jack alone, that he was fucking crazy. And Tupac didn't listen to him. Mike Tyson even says it. He was shot by Haitian. He was shot twice, I think. One time he shot himself because when they tried to take his chain, Tupac pulled his gun. And when he was pulling his gun, he shot himself in the elevator. So he wasn't shot like a bunch of times like he said he was. Remember the picture of him coming out the studio where he's flicking the camera off?
I don't. I might.
And then they started to lie for record sales. You know what I'm saying? It was all about selling records. It's all that beef and shit was made up. He was shot.
To make money.
He was robbed by Haitian Jack's people. Haitian Jack sent people there to the studio to rob him.
Damn, I didn't know it was all about that.
The security guard told it. I don't know if you've seen that documentary they did with that Asian lady from the news and Ice-T, and he interviews. Nobody had ever interviewed his security, and his security said he took the chain off of Tupac and gave it to the robbers because Tupac wouldn't give the shit up. And he says Tupac shot himself. So you like, So I mean that's just the old school rap days.
Listen, I appreciate you explaining it to me. I didn't know it all went down like that. And also thanks for picking up my call. And like I said, I'm gonna continue praying for you, Jimmy. I love your shows, man. I was missing you when you were gone, and so glad that you're back. And God bless.
All right, peace. So yeah, like a lot of that beef was fabricated. A lot of it was lies. Like they didn't have any, they wasn't mad at each other. He was actually going to the studio to see Biggie, right? But Haitian Jack, I believe that is his name, and he was associates with Mike Tyson. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Melanie.
How you doing?
Doing good.
I was just listening to your explanation to that guy on the phone. When back in the day when Tupac got shot, then Biggie got shot, I thought that Biggie had Tupac shot. Then
had nothing to do with Biggie Smalls. Had nothing to do with him whatsoever.
Tupac had Biggie shot.
I don't know if that's true. I don't think Tupac had Biggie shot. At one time, Biggie and Tupac were friends. Tupac was staying at his house. You know? And then Biggie, what started the beef, them going back and forth, was over record sales, because Biggie came out with the song "Who Shot You." Anybody remember that? He had a song called "Who Shot You." You can look it up on YouTube right now. So he almost like he claimed that he did it, but he didn't. It was done by Haitian Jack. Mike Tyson will tell it. Haitian Jack tells it that it was his people. So it had nothing to do with Biggie Smalls. And when he was shot, he went upstairs to the studio, and Biggie and they were trying to save him.
Yeah.
Because if Biggie wanted him dead, Biggie wanted him dead, he could have killed him. But he didn't. He didn't. And then Biggie came out with the song about "Who Shot You," and then Tupac started saying he slept with Faith Evans. Remember, if y'all remember all that back in the in the 90s?
90s, yeah.
So that's kind of how that went down.
Well, I didn't. Well, I was always confused about that story. I didn't know that it wasn't connected to the shootings of Tupac and Biggie.
Yeah. Okay, Melanie. Well, you be good. I got to run because I'm going to start jumping into some other stuff. All right.
Okay, I love y'all. Be good and be praying for me.
All right, Melanie. We will. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, I would have to go back and refresh my memory on the time frame of everything. But what is it? Quad Studios? That's where he was shot, in the elevator, right? Well, shot himself. According to sources, he shot himself. Trying to pull a gun. I think he was shot. He shot himself. Then the guy shot him in the stomach, right? When he pulled the gun. So, and they were waiting inside the building because they had like a little security table, and there was a guy sitting at that security table. And when they walked past the security table, two dudes approached with guns, and they were getting into the elevator. I don't know the Asian lady's name, but she's real famous from the news. And I know it was Ice-T that interviewed Tupac security, Haitian Jack, Tyson talked about it. But then it escalated to "Who Shot You," to "I'm sleeping with your wife." And then, of course, like I said, Tupac was murdered. Biggie Smalls was assassinated. And there's still we're getting answers right now for Tupac, but people have known this for years. So, but I don't think we're going to get any justice for Biggie Smalls. And me, myself, I can be honest with you. I was always a bigger fan of Biggie Smalls because I'm from the East Coast, right? Not far from New York. So I've always been a bigger fan of Biggie than I like Tupac, right? I think he's a great poet. But far as like a thug street rapper, Biggie Smalls the best to ever do it. Okay. So anyway, I don't want to, keep going on this Biggie stuff. Maybe we'll touch in on some more of it tomorrow as more things develop in the story. But I do want to jump into this Maddie Soto stuff. So let's get to some serious stuff, all jokes aside on P. Diddy. He's getting exactly what he deserves. Okay. So I got this interview today. It's been out on the internet for a minute. I think Grizzly showed it. Of course, Plunder. I actually bought it from Plunder. So we're going to take a look at this video right here. Let me add it to the screen. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Let me get a little bigger for you guys. All right, here we go. And this is the interview, the video of Jen Soto. All right. And now I truly believe this woman deserves to be in prison for what she's done to her daughter. She had to know. And she said some things like, these sexual acts wasn't evil. What's evil in this world? If hurting your own child is not evil, I don't know what is. All right. Let me make sure this is all the way up. Y'all can hear that okay? It'll start in just a minute. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear it okay. And let me shut this phone line for now.
With all kinds of people stuff.
She's worthless. A lot of people think that, but now you get to see how she acts because this is the actual video. Interrogation video.
Told me. My name's Kevin. I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I meet Matt, Detective Smallwood from the city. The goal, obviously, Kissimmee Police Department's doing most of the investigation. We're at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Our people, we have resources out there, obviously doing active. So it's kind of a joint effort. So Detective Smallwood's kind of ready to read through.
Okay. Check.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going there.
Why did? Oh, hold on.
Yeah, we'll start with Sunday. Take me through Sunday.
I came unplugged.
Sunday. Here's a tissue.
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
Looking pretty nervous. I think so too.
So actual tissues?
That'll work.
I can give you this whole roll.
So Sunday, birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. We celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job.
No, he didn't shoot himself the day he died. The first time he was shot at Quad Studio, he shot himself. Okay, not when he was killed in Vegas.
Last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at
That's loud as it goes.
Front Desk Concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of, no, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to work.
Okay, some of this is redacted.
She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stephan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I don't remember. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine. So she took her nighttime meds and she got in the shower to get ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay. What is it for?
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
Could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know that?
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually seeing, watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill while I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Is there ever been an issue with that in the past, if she took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of she took too many, or she took, my biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime meds.
Got it.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that
No,
I
you're
could
not
get a
blocked.
good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed, and she typically sleeps on one side, and she'll end up on my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stephan to take her to school in the morning.
We'll go to Sunday. So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And like, how does it put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep, or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above. They make me sleepy. They help me stay asleep, and they help me function. So I'm stable all day. They only work well if I've got a good night's sleep and if I've eaten with them the night before when I take them, or the night I take them. The medication is called Geodon. Generic brand is called Ziprazidone. I took my meds, and then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed, and then he went back upstairs. He uses my restroom because the roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom with a male.
Okay.
Yeah, so he uses my restroom.
Well, listen, guys, you should be able to turn on the closed caption on this video, and it should tell you what is being said. She's saying, okay, so if you can't hear it good, this is as loud as it gets. So this is actually the download from Plunder, and this is as loud as the video gets. So if you can't hear it, click on the closed caption on this video, right? It don't have an option on this video to have closed captions on it, but YouTube should have an option for you guys to have closed caption to what you're watching right now. So turn on your closed captions if you need to.
You're fine. Sunday night he came downstairs, maybe overnight, to use the restroom.
Yeah, and then he went back upstairs and they went to sleep.
Oh, okay.
I went to sleep. I was woken up at some time. For the longest time, I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit. It was still a little dark. And I was very sleepy when I got up, I was kind of drunk. But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
That was kind of different. She said, did y'all catch it? She said, I was kind of drunk. She said, I was sleepy. So she had been drinking that night. To be drunk, I was kind of drunk. That means you had to be drinking. How do you get drunk without drinking?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog, because the way the dog reacted, he gets very nervous and will urinate if you put the leash on him too directly. You have to like be nice and talk to him. He's a very he's a nervous dog. Yeah. So I got up to try to help him, and he said, no, go back to sleep. I'm fine. I got this. And I said, you sure? He said, yeah. So I laid back down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen, but I'm not sure who it could have been getting ready. But it could have been Stephan. It could have been any of my roommates.
Maybe.
I fell asleep again, and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Did you ever leave the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of woken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom. So if you woke up at like 9, so you never
That morning.
Monday morning.
No.
So the last time you would have been Sunday evening?
Sunday.
Okay. You're fine.
I want to see her. Yeah.
Take a minute. Okay? While you take a minute, I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that you've been investigating this to talk about anything else? Negative, positive, neutral?
My best friends have all been in contact with me. It's just trying to help me. There's setting up Facebook groups, flyers.
Rub her nose raw.
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's like reached out with tips or accusations or anything like that?
Not that I've seen. I've been avoiding social media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, text, things like that?
That's fine.
Do you have the phone?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll plug it in, they'll do a forensic download of it so they have the data. That way they can go through it and say, we didn't receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that, so we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
You have a password on it?
030288.
030288. Okay.
I wonder if that's her birthday, Maddie's birthday.
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Tomorrow. Right.
Today's the 1st.
She's crying at everything now. Remember when she gave that cop interview? She didn't shed one tear. Even when he told her daughter was dead, she didn't cry. Hey, baby kisses. Thank you. If you're just tuning in, guys, hit the like on this video, okay? And if you're super cool, share it on Facebook. We're going to be live for a little while tonight, okay? I'm going to be here with you for at least a couple more hours. We're at 1,000 likes. Let's see if we can get it to 1,300. All right. Yes, her body had been found at this time, I believe.
That way they can get that going so we can get it back to you before we're out of here. We don't keep it from you.
She's making sure she cries. I agree with that. Over crying.
On Monday, you wake up.
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment. I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while to see me.
Thank you. Thank you. Love you guys too.
LabCorp.
This is March 1st. Yep.
And do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
This is new. This is different.
Oh wait, I'm on my phone.
When we get it back, we'll go back to it.
It's, if you need to Google it, it's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, got it.
Had my appointment. I finished there sometime between 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stephan was there. I had talked to him a little bit earlier while I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, but she said no. Because that was the plan, was that they were gonna stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast.
Okay, everybody's saying this is before they found the body. They got a tip that day that led them to the body. But at this point, she knows she's dead. Okay, you got to remember in the interview we listened to last, the cop told her, said, hey, you know, I just told you your daughter may not be alive, and you didn't cry. He called her on her bullshit, right? So this is from 3-1. So I guess they haven't had the body yet, but she does know that her daughter is deceased.
He said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was going to go back later. When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking. He was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair, just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now. And I said, do it. Don't avoid it. Just get it over with. And he updates his phone. And then tells me, oh my God, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone.
Now, you know that's a lie. There's different steps. If you was to update your phone, it'll pop up that says this phone needs an update, especially an iPhone. And you click on it and you click update. It don't even give you an option to factory reset. You got to go into your phone settings and then go to where you can factory reset it and then click on that. And then you got to click on verify and then confirm. So there's no way to accidentally factory reset your phone. So that is absolute lies.
And I said, how the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone? He goes, yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks.
She's covering for him, absolutely.
Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still Monday. 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He tells me he's going to go back out. He's going to stop at a few gaming shops, and then he'll meet me at the house at 2:30 so we can get together. He left. I hung out in the house for a while. Just waiting for 2:30 to roll around. 2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stephan, and he's not picking up his phone. 2:30 comes, I leave. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry.
Izzy, I agree with you. Every time she opens her mouth, it makes me more and more disgusted with her. You can see she's covering for him. She never denounced the man to this day. She also told the father his father to get him a lawyer, right? She says the sex stuff is not evil. Like, there's some things she says that make you really, really dislike this lady. And it's a good thing she did stay off social media, because social media would have ripped her apart. Be a part of the 60K. Sub up today, says Zircon. I agree with Zircon. If you're watching out there and you ain't subbed up the channel yet, do me a favor, sub up, ring that bell for notifications.
How long ago did you leave? And I said, about 10 minutes ago. He goes, I'm so sorry I missed it. I really wanted to go with you. And I'm just like, it's fine. I figured he wasn't going to make it, because when I looked at the time when he left and said he was going to visit 3 shops, I didn't think he had enough time to visit them. He told me while he was gone that he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. The wheel just shredded and fell apart. So he was changing the tire, and it took him a really long time to do it. He said he hurt his thumb while changing the tire, like the frame or something slipped and something pinched his finger, and he ended up having to yank it out. And he said he hurt his finger.
She obviously knew.
Real quick, when you were calling him, he eventually told you that he left his phone there. Did you hear the phone at the house?
No. If it was anywhere, it would have been upstairs and I wouldn't have heard it. It would have been in the guest bedroom.
Do you typically go upstairs?
No, they knew. She said she told him he had a flat tire on the interstate, right? But no, it was a citizen that seen him changing the tire on the side of the road, and that person called in a tip. And then they went to where he was changing the tire, and they found Maddie Soto's body within 100 feet. He didn't even hide her far. He just drug her into where the wood line is. And it wasn't even like a big wood line. It was just a little row of trees next to this field. But he drug her up in the trees, and he didn't try to bury or anything. He just left her there. Now, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the police actually showed her body dead on the ground. They were posting about something to do with a seniors community, and they posted the picture of Maddie Soto's body on their website. Okay, so you actually got to see her laying there in the ground dead. And then, of course, they pulled the photo off and apologized. But you know what that tells me? That the police were passing around the picture of her body. So it should have never got leaked onto the internet, right? Nobody should have had to see that. But yes, they showed her laying there dead. What she was wearing, the way she was laying, everything. And they showed that on their Facebook. Like, oh my God, like whoever posted that should have been fired like instantly. So if y'all been following this for a while, y'all should remember that.
Upstairs?
Who, me?
Yes.
Only if I'm doing laundry.
That was all. I was just curious if you had heard the phone when you were trying to call him that day.
I didn't. So
I think Tinker is a little bit behind in the video. She's still over here talking about the P. Diddy stuff. I don't think she's following us live, but I see your comment, Tinker. When you get to this, you're a little behind in the video.
he tells me all that. I get off the phone with him. I'm waiting. I wait for about an hour and 10 minutes. 4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car, in the car line, yeah. Okay. At this point, it's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now, because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front of the line. And I'm holding up the line behind me, because there's kids getting in the cars behind, and they're all waiting. They can't get around me, right? So I start calling her, forgetting that I have her phone on me. I had found her phone earlier that morning. She had left it at home. And I brought it with me because she does this often. She does leave her phone.
Where was the phone at in the house?
It was on top of the dresser in her bedroom.
Downstairs? I never been in your house.
Downstairs.
Okay.
So, just so you know, I have a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Okay.
The living room has a partition in it, a fake wall kind of thing. That's got her bedroom in it. That's got a bed, a dresser, and a desk on it. Does she sleep there? No. She'll hang out there. She'll use her computer and hang out there.
Absolutely, Dorothy.
But she primarily sleeps with me every night in my bed. That's because I know the roommates wake up super early in the morning. They're going to be in the kitchen. They're going to wake her up if she's sleeping out in the living room. So I don't
So your bedroom downstairs, her makeshift bedroom downstairs, guest bedroom upstairs.
Thank you.
Her dresser, her phone was on her dresser. When I found it, I was like, oh my god, she left the phone out. That's great. I brought it with me to the school because I was just gonna yell at her and then just hand it to her so she could have something to do on our way home. 4:10 rolls around and she's still not out, or 4:09. And then at this point, I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full. They're all waiting for me to leave and she's not here yet. So I take off and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. I don't know if she knew if I was off. So I asked, I don't know if I told her that I was going to get her. So I left thinking maybe she walked, that's pretty close to school. If I can't pick her up at school, that's where I tell her to go. I drove the path she would have walked. I didn't see her. I got to the office. She goes, no, it's a little too early. And I said, okay, let me go drive back down, wait along the path she would walk, and just wait. And I parked and I waited. I waited. I'm not sure how long I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to
We got to get through this one first, okay? Because this is a pretty long interview and we still have some other stuff to go over. Maybe tomorrow we'll go over the Stephan stuff, and, different things. So it's, there's a lot of stuff coming out. So we got a lot of stuff to go over.
10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. So I went, no, she's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. So I called.
I don't know, Spencer.
I don't know if I text her.
I will be there for some of it, though.
Text her.
Live.
And asked, hey, or I called her. I asked.
So Stephan Stern's trial kicks off right about the same time that Leilani Simons kicks off. So I will be in Georgia on the 10th for the Leilani trial. She murdered her son, Quentin Simon. So maybe from Savannah, I'm going to jump down to Florida and go be live at Stephan Stern's a little bit. So you will see it live here on Dolly. So that's a good reason to sub up and ring that bell. All right. We're going to bring you some live action coming soon. I'm just trying to rest up, heal up so I can get back on the road.
And she said, no, she didn't make it to first or second period. And I said, what do you mean? She was dropped off close to the school. She should have been in school. She goes, no, she didn't make it to first, second period. I said, please check with the rest of your friends, see if she made it to any of her other periods. At some point in this, I emailed one of her teachers asking, actually emailed a few of her teachers and 2 of them responded. One of them said, no, she did not make it to class, and I checked her attendance for the rest of the day. She wasn't in school at all. Like, he sent me a screenshot of like her attendance and it said 0, 0, 0, 0.
Well, when she says and she takes these deep breaths, like it's usually anytime she's saying something that may make her look bad. Okay, she did it in the police interview, that first one we listened to. Every time she was about to talk bad about herself, or like how it sounds like she neglected Maddie, she would be like,
yes. Okay. If you need to know what app, I'll tell you what app. It's a special school app. He said she was missing all day. And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I had to go check her attendance at school, but the office had closed already. The lights were off. I could see a student sitting in there in the darkness, but I couldn't see any of the administrators or anybody in the office. Lights were off, everything was closed. They wouldn't allow me in. I think at this point the teacher had responded to me and told me she didn't make it to school at all. I start having like a freak out panic attack.
Are you still just you at this point? Is it you? Stephan.
It's me and my sister. And I want to say one of Catherine.
I wish they'd stop redacting it.
I start panicking.
All right, well, I want you guys to know that ain't me pausing it when you hear all these dead spots. This is stuff that the police actually redacted.
I think at this point I call Stephan and I tell him, hey, she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today. I'm like, right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there. And he came to the office. And
lots of damn redactions. Yeah, I know. Like right now.
there for like 3 hours, I think. Eventually I contact one of my friends whose husband works, or ex-husband works for OCP, or for you guys.
Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
They didn't redact that.
Do you know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Hi, Judy.
Tell you to wait.
But you remember texting them.
I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick enough. I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too. In a playground, they forgot to tell. They didn't tell their mom they were going to the playground or something like that. So all the cops were over there on that side of Hunter's Creek. My sister.
Hey, Alex.
Boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report. Interviewing me. They interviewed Stephan. They asked Stephan to take them back to the location where he dropped them off, and he showed them wherever he dropped her off.
Good night, Joanne.
They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way to see if there was any video recordings. I think.
Did Stephan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself and they followed? How did that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car. Then they came back.
Hey, Fat Amy.
And then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? You remember what time that was on Monday?
It was after dark. It was say 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate
Whoop,
cars.
whoop.
And Stephan.
2 months. Murder crew, Denise.
Ugly cried on the way home.
She said she ugly cried on the way home. That's some crazy terminology. I ugly cried. Well, you kind of ugly now. Are you ugly crying now? Because you not only you ugly on the outside, you ugly on the inside, woman. You did this to your daughter. There's no way you didn't have no knowledge. Nobody in the planet is that stupid. Okay.
I shouldn't have been driving. But I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home. And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News to see if we can air some missing children information out there.
When you say ugly cry, just overly emotional tears, makeup running, or is there what is your meaning of ugly crying?
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road and I shouldn't have been driving, like I was swerving.
Makes sense. Fox 35 come out to your house, or what was their response?
Jeannie, thank you. Jenny.
Zoom video.
Thank you for becoming a member. I think they thought she was pregnant.
I don't know if he followed me, but he drove home, yeah.
I mean, was it within a reasonable time when you got there? Like,
Yes,
okay.
yes. Drove home. We waited there. We didn't know what to do. I stayed up late. I think I called Fox 35. What else did I do? I think I had to eventually eat and take my medication. He told me he was going to go out cruising that night to go look for her. And I said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he said he was going to take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day where agents came to the house.
Well, I think if she was pregnant, a lot of people have suspected that he would have been charged with 2 counts of murder and not 1. Okay. For Maddie Soto and her unalive child. But since he's only been charged with 1 count, it makes me think that she wasn't. But I think one of the reasons they may have hurt her is because they thought she was late, right? Because her cycle wasn't regular. So maybe they thought she was pregnant and they couldn't let that get out, and then they hurt her. But, during the autopsy, I don't believe she was pregnant. She was just late on her period.
And we sat in the car for a good amount of time, and I noticed the chair was adjusted. And I said, did you drive my car? And he said, yeah, remember I said I was going out last night. That's right, you did say that.
Can he tell you where he looked?
I think he said up and down 192, and I said, why there? And he's like, I don't know, I'm just looking. I was just trying to look anywhere. And I'm just like, okay.
Did he say if he found anything or talked to anybody, or just roamed?
Yeah, roamed.
Disgusting pig. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad.
When you were getting ready for bed, you were tired, emotional. Were you falling asleep when he left, or were you already asleep when he left?
I was already asleep when he left.
Okay. Did you sleep downstairs? Yeah. In your bedroom? When you woke up, was he already awake, or was he still sleeping?
He was asleep in his bedroom upstairs.
The guest bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you take your medication that night?
I did.
What did you guys do Tuesday? Or just you? You guys, if you're not together, you're not together. What's the timeline on Tuesday?
Tuesday, he slept. I woke up early and started making phone calls to the National Hotline for Missing and Exploited Children. I called the number that the sheriff's office had given me to see if they had any information, and they let me know that she was what did she say she was? I don't remember what she said her position was, but she had just gotten into the office and was just starting to work on it, so she didn't have anything new for me. Her name was Bonnie Mitchell. I remember that. She asked me to send her some photos.
I think she participated too.
Children's Hotline Place asked me for photos as well. I think at this point, I had asked my friends and family to start contacting news outlets to try to get as much attention on this as possible. I had a lot of phone calls coming in, and I was picking all of them up, hoping that any of them could help me. But it ended up being news reporters or people who had seen my phone on the my phone number on a phone.
Okay, so some people are saying, in Florida, it depends how long you are pregnant. Like if the baby can live outside the womb, they consider that life. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the details, but I just know he hasn't been charged. Maybe it could come out in court that she was. I'm not quite sure. You know, she looked like she was, you know, at that age where she was developing a little bit. In some of her pictures, it looked like she had a little, you know, some people got mad about my thumbnail. It said baby bump, right? But now it don't sound so stupid now that we hear them question her about is the possibility of she being pregnant, her period being late. And you know, girls' bodies change at certain ages. So I didn't know if she was just putting on a little bit of weight or what, but she did have a little bump, you know, a little round belly a little bit. And that could be from good eating. It could be from being pregnant. It could be from it's that time of the month and she's a little bit bloated, but she did have a little look like she could have possibly been pregnant.
Flyer and was trying to give me suggestions. Somebody letting me know that they took flyers all the way to Orlando International Airport and posted them all over the place in case she was being trafficked. They suggested that I go to Amtrak and Greyhound. I had my sister making all these runs for me. I didn't leave the house to do any of this.
Stephan's still asleep.
Yeah. Eventually, reporters come to the house and do an interview. And at this point, Stephan was awake. I did an interview with them. And then Stephan was crying in the background. And I said, Stephan, do you want to do the interview? You can if you want. And he sat in front of the camera and did an interview where he cried.
You know which news
He fake cried. Oh, I miss her lover. Ah! Fake as shit.
I know there's a video on Fox 35
with
he
him
appeared
sitting
to be on like a webcam.
Yeah, that was Zoom. He was sitting in the background for me.
Okay.
I know
but
that
you
one.
had in-person interviews with reporters?
Yes.
You,
I want to say it was Channel 9.
okay.
Yeah, Channel 9.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too, so he was fucking
faked it.
Stop crying.
He faked it.
So are you saying that now, or do you?
I'm saying that now.
Joe, I'm sorry if I'm over talking it. I know my mic's a little loud, way louder than the interview, but the interview is up as loud as it goes. Okay. I got the video on max. It's as loud as it goes.
No, I didn't think that at the time. At the time, I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all this shit to her. Like, I look back at shit now, I'm just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents, and he's told me and shown me the lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing, what's he...
Yeah, all that.
To his parents?
Yeah, he's stolen money from his parents. They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during COVID, he stole, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's gonna get it. No matter what. So he wanted RC vehicles, the remote control cars, fancy ones. They were a few $100s. And I'm poor. I know I can't afford it. And he's showing up at home with these things. And I asked him, where are you getting the money from? Because we don't have this money. He goes, oh, my dad. And I said, your dad gave you money? He goes, no, I took some from his closet. And I was like they have an emergency stash? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, he's going to notice money's missing. And he's like, no, he won't. It's so much money in there, he won't notice at all. I've confirmed with Chris later on that he did notice money, but he never asked his son.
What a thief. And she knew. She allowed him to steal.
Yeah.
Why didn't she tell his parents?
He was robbing you.
Why did she continue to be with a thief? Right? If you knew somebody's doing something horribly wrong, wouldn't you tell them, say, look, if you're stealing from them, you'll steal from me. If your parents can't trust a person, what makes you think you can trust them? So she's just so full of crap.
Buying himself toys. He's also lied. Most recently, he lied to his parents about where he would be. He told them he would be at his friend's house playing video or board games or something like that, but in reality, he came all the way to Kissimmee to hang out with us.
Okay. But you guys were together Wednesday? After all the interviews, did you stay Wednesday? Would you? I know
Yes.
we had some detectives go meet you guys Wednesday, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Were you guys in the house together until the detectives came?
Yes.
What kind of happened after the detectives came?
Do you feel like everything starts to get blurry?
Oh, I get it. Trust me, we've been in this
just because-
office for like 3 days straight.
Yeah, so I just don't remember what day I had conversation with you guys.
Tuesday night, Orange County detectives came out there because I ended up coming out Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember seeing me or not that night.
Okay.
That was the first night we were at the apartment into the nighttime.
Yeah, is that when you guys shut down the house for forensics?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Tell us about that.
Okay. So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stephan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? Should I have? And I'm like, no, if you've got nothing to hide, give them your fucking phone. And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit, and then when you guys came in the evening, and you guys told us to wait outside, and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back. I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for fucking ever. I don't give a shit. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it. And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because, like,
no, then you I don't believe nothing she's saying. She's trying to cover for herself is all she's doing.
If you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as fuck. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking he's just getting impatient because he's bored and wants to play on his phone. And at one point, he takes my phone to start playing with it. I give it up, and I said, here, play on my phone. Have fun. Because I think from my phone, he was trying to log into his emails, but he couldn't because you need like 2-factor authentication from your own phone. And I'm just like, what are you trying to look at? And he's like, oh, my shipments, my packages. He's addicted to buying shit.
But got no money or a job.
Me and his dad couldn't figure out where Stephan was getting money from to buy stuff since he's been unemployed the last 2 months, but he's constantly buying himself packages, buying himself things off of Amazon, buying himself things off the line.
Is this stuff you can confirm, or you think he's doing this?
What?
Buying packages.
I can confirm because I am linked to his Amazon account, okay. And his parents can confirm whatever UPS packages or whatever he's getting at home. But I'm linked to the Amazon account. If you guys have my phone, you'll see whatever shipment. I think most recently I did like birthday
selling
party
pictures. I think.
If you see birthday party stuff, that was me. But everything else, him. He's constantly buying stuff and he doesn't have money. He keeps saying he's got money in his savings, but me and his dad call bullshit because he hasn't had, when he lived with us, he was struggling. His dad was helping him pay his bills, paying his rent, paying his gas, paying his insurance. Stephan was helping us, supporting us by buying food and all that stuff. But I don't know what he did with the rest of his money. And I don't know where he's getting money from now.
He was selling photos and videos of your daughter.
You were telling us that he was trying to log into his emails.
So he's trying to log into his emails on his phone. And I said,
that's so he could delete stuff.
You can't do anything. You're just going to have to wait till you get your phone back. What else? We waited in the car. I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are that you had the wrong person. I wanted to think that he was good.
before we get ahead of that, what is the conversation like between you two when you're in the car? Because y'all were in there for a good while we were trying to figure things out at your apartment complex or your condo. What's the conversation like inside that car?
I'm trying to think back to what exactly we were talking about. I know I remember late in the like when you guys let us know we couldn't come back, and I called his dad, or we called his dad. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person. And he kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time there.
She needs to be in a cell next to Diddy.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I
He was
wasn't
thinking
thinking
she
him.
was in
Like, I was just
trouble.
like, no, they've got the wrong guy. He just kept saying that they have the wrong guy, that they're focusing on the wrong person, and that we're wasting time, and we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here and met us at a hotel. That was another thing. I don't have that much money. I live off of disability. I couldn't afford to put us up on a hotel. Like, when you guys said that we couldn't return, I was like, I didn't know where to go. I was trying to think if any family member would have a spare room or anything like that, and not that could take the three of us. When I say three of us, I mean him and the dog.
The three of us, the dog.
And I know at my mom's house we wouldn't have been welcome. My mom does not like Stephan. She's never liked Stephan.
Your mama had good instincts.
So I knew that our only option was to go to a hotel, but I couldn't afford it. So we called Chris, and Chris met us at a hotel by Disney.
Okay.
Off of Western Way.
And then he took her car, went to a storage unit, and he went to that storage unit to get rid of evidence. So she knows what's going on. She's playing stupid.
And that's where we went. We got there pretty late. We checked in. I used the restroom, and I was getting ready for bed, or laying down in bed probably around 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, and I fell asleep. Stephan was already asleep at this point.
Did you go straight to sleep when you got in, or just kind of drifted off as you were falling asleep? Then you went to the bathroom and he goes straight to bed?
He was already in bed before I went to the bathroom. Okay. I was on my phone for a little bit. He was laying in bed snoozing. I went to use the restroom. I was in the restroom for quite a while because I had like a terrible cell. When I came back out, he was asleep. At least I thought he was asleep. But
his dad stayed with you guys?
Not in the hotel room. He stayed in a different room on the same floor.
Okay.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stephan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious as fuck again. Why is he trying to
But we took his phone, so he got a new phone?
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone.
Okay.
And said, here, have this phone in the meantime until you get your old phone back.
So you're just saying he's out and about with no phone?
Yeah, he's out and about with no phone, so there's no way for us to contact him. There's no way for us to... I didn't know if he even knew how to get back to the hotel. Because I drove that night. He's a little oblivious to when it comes to directions. So I was just like, is he gonna even figure out how to get here? But he rolled in around 11:15. Rolled in with a cup of Wawa. And said, oh, I'm so sorry, I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel. But I'm here now. And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the fuck would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But you know, I mean, he had a Wawa cup and he said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and was down there for an hour and came back. I didn't suspect that at all.
Okay.
I literally thought, I'm like, oh, this man, we were right next to like a a Target. So I'm thinking, oh, he's probably like stress shopping, just looking at stuff. He likes to browse. It's like, maybe he's in there somewhere. But I didn't have a car. I couldn't go out looking, right? And also, detectives were coming, so I didn't want to leave. Detectives eventually show up. Actually, we were in the hotel room for a while. He went back to sleep and slept. I took a little snooze for a little bit that morning, and then I got up, and then I went downstairs to the lobby, and I saw Chris. And Chris asked if I wanted some lunch, so we went to the hotel bar and ate some lunch. We brought up some lunch back for Stephan, told him to eat a little bit. When he woke up, he took like 2 bites. Then detective showed up. He went downstairs. They let us know that there was a press conference happening, which we already had an idea was going to happen. And they told us they would give us a ride and escort us to the conference here, and that you guys would let us in the back way so that media wouldn't see us. But in reality, now I know that was just to interview guys with us. But yeah, then we showed up here and got separated. Haven't heard from him since. Haven't spoken to him since. Have no interest in speaking to him at all. Yeah, that was it. Then we got interviewed.
What have you done since? Like, where did you go back to the hotel? Did you stay somewhere else?
No. So after the interview and all that stuff, Chris took me to my sister's house. I've been at my sister's house ever since.
Okay.
Yesterday, I went out for a little bit to go to Target to try to take my mind off of things. I went to Target to go get myself a toothbrush and deodorant, things that I didn't have because I left the house so last second. I also went to my ex-husband's wife's mom's house. Complicated, but we're all friends. So yeah, they consoled me. They just kept me company. They made lunch. Then I went back to my sister's house, and I've just been pretty much there ever since. When I went to Target, I decided like, oh shit, I shouldn't be out in public. People could recognize me. It can either be good or bad what people could tell me. I've already had people recognize me in my community, and dealing with people's heavy emotions and them coming to me and crying and telling me they're so sorry and how they feel is so heavy because like I just have to kind of stand there and take their emotions and like.
She didn't want everybody accusing her. She didn't want. She said it was good or bad because she knows people knew right off the rip that she was responsible for what was going on. Like, so she didn't want nobody coming up and punching her in the teeth, is what it was.
Like, I don't know. It's so heavy. When I realized that these were the interactions I was having in public, I'm like, I need to stay home because I just can't. I can't carry anyone else's emotions right now. I have my own to deal with, like my own. I don't want my own mental health suffering right now, or for me to spiral and end up back being hospitalized.
So when did you meet Stephen or Stephan?
I met Stephan in 2017. We both worked for RICO Homes, a real estate company. I did appointments, and he worked in the office doing like warranty work. We met as coworkers. We became really good friends. We were best friends for like a year. And then eventually I asked him if he wanted to hook up, and he said, sure.
She asked him, did you want to hook up? That's weird. You want to hook up?
You said 17, 18. Did you live in Orlando, Kissimmee? Where were you guys staying then?
Kissimmee.
And did you guys live together in 17?
He technically lived at his parents' house, but he was staying at my house all the time.
Okay. Same house you're in now or a different house?
Wait, I take it back. In 2017, he wasn't staying over my house. It started in 2018 when we started hooking up, and he started sleeping over my house.
Okay.
And what were your next question?
Was that in the current
Yes.
house you live in now?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in that house?
On and off, because at one point we moved close to where his parents live right now. They live in North Port Florida, Sarasota County. I lived in Port Charlotte, which is Charlotte County, the county right next door. We had an apartment there for like 6 to 8 months. We moved down there because, again, Stephan was promised a job and that fell through. So we supported ourselves in this tiny apartment for a little while until I ran out of funds.
Do you remember what year that was?
2020.
So when did you live in Port Charlotte, 2020?
I don't remember what month I moved in, but I remember moving out in November.
Of 2020.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was some. April, May.
That's fine. It was something we can look up if we need to later. 17. In 2017. So 2018. 6.
I take when she says hook up is a booty call. Like, hey, you want to hook up? Come over and you smash. You know what I'm saying? She had $350 for Botox. Yeah, she acts like she was so broke and stuff like that. You know, she had her daddy taking care of him. Stephan had his daddy taking care of him. And, you know, it sounds like they were just getting effed up on Adderall and all these other pills and living their best life and hurting this child. Okay, this is redacted. So whatever she's saying here, we ain't going to be able to hear. What the hell is going on? Why is it redacted so long? I wonder what she's saying. Okay, it's all the way up. So whatever it is, they're not saying. There it goes.
At the same time, no. But I've had ex-husbands and ex-boyfriends live in that same house before.
Got it.
Okay, so a lot of this is redacted. I wish I could hear what they were saying. Why they got to cut so much of it out? Yeah, it's just redacted. It's cut out. So when they don't redact it, you will be able to hear what they say. See?
Sometime in 2020 for a few months.
Yeah.
And then you came back to the same house.
After Port Charlotte, I went back to my mom's house for a little while.
Where's that at?
In Hunters Creek, Florida.
Got it.
Even before Port Charlotte, actually, the few months before I was in Port Charlotte, I was living at my mom's house.
With Stephan.
Around March 20th, decided he wanted to renovate the house and possibly sell it. So he told us to get out. So March 2020, so around COVID time, like 2 weeks after COVID was announced, I moved in with my mom.
Okay.
And I lived with her for a little bit. And then the Port Charlotte apartment happened. We moved to Port Charlotte, were there for a few months, came back to live with my mom, was there for a few months, and then I decided to move back.
I don't know who redacted it. Police did.
That he was moving out and like getting an RV and like living the RV life.
Yeah.
So he needed somebody to take care of the house for him. So I said, yeah, I would do it, of course. So I moved in. I moved into his bedroom, downstairs, the master bedroom. Eventually, Stephan did come. For a few years. It wasn't until like
I think she's disconnected too.
Of last
Tracy.
year. That
Started when she was 8. Yes, it is sick. It is horrible. And you know, in my opinion, allegedly, she allowed these
I go
things.
upstairs to the guest bedroom upstairs because I just he's not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder and a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look. Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So I asked him to move upstairs and he did. And he lived upstairs until until December of last year. And then he moved to Northport, Florida with his parents because they had promised him a job, but that fell through. So we were in the process of trying to get him to come back up here to get his job back at Disney and for him to move back into the house for a little bit. I'm not sure long term. I know temporarily I was willing to accept him back.
Was that something out of convenience for him or because you?
Yeah, she didn't even make it to her best years.
A little bit of both. We missed him. And I wanted to help him out, like make it easy, like give him a place, like a base to start at, and then for him to start looking for something else afterwards, on his own. But yeah.
You obviously.
Her room looked like a pig farm. Yeah, it was kind of messy.
Relationship. Talk a lot. Is she a secretive teenager? What is like your kind of day to day with her?
I would have said a normal relationship. I asked. She
didn't have a childhood. She died at 13.
I didn't think she was hiding anything from me. I didn't think she was lying to me about anything, but obviously she had secrets.
I mean, the hindsight. I mean, all the stuff you found out over the past couple of days. We're like taking that out of the picture. Your relationship with her.
Okay.
Like not looking back saying, okay, I was being lied to. Like up until you found out some things that you've been told. You guys had an open communication relationship. You talk about
everything.
Life.
Yeah. If anything, she was a little bit more open with Stephan because she told him about a boy she had a crush on.
Okay.
And that his name was.
Oh, see, you know, that was a bad move. You know, she said, I got a crush on this boy and he's sleeping with her. He may have gotten jealous. There may be some jealousy involved in this.
And she described him. And Stephan's like, are you aware that she has a crush on a boy? I said, no. He's like, yeah. She told me his name, that he's tall and that she likes his fluffy hair.
When was this? Remember when this conversation happened?
Within the last week sometime, but I'm not
Oh,
sure.
okay.
Like within, so we saw, so within a week of that Sunday. I'm not sure if if she had told him via phone chat. It must have been via phone, like phone convert, like we don't FaceTime, we Google Meet.
The Android
the
version.
Android version of FaceTime, yeah. So we would.
Yeah, I got your text message. The body was found shortly after this interview during the press conference when the citizen called in and said they seen him fixing a flat tire. They went to where he was fixing a flat tire, and Maddie Soto body was shortly recovered after that.
Google Meet often. Sometimes when we get home from school, just talk all day, or sometimes not even talk all day. We would just bullshit. I would be doing my own thing. He would be doing. We're just keeping each other company on the phone. And I think in one of those conversations, she told him that she had a crush on a boy. But I checked those text messages with that boy, and nothing seemed weird either.
Okay. How did he? I mean, it could be new. I mean, she sees a guy at school. She thinks it's attractive. He shows her attention. I mean, she's young. How did he take it? Was he like? And I want you to think back before you know things you know now. Like, did he seem concerned about her? Did he seem excited for her? Like she's starting to, be a kid and have crushes and everything else. Like,
He seemed happy for her.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, did you hear this? This is super cute. And it's like, oh.
He's always defending him.
And I wondered, I'm like, why didn't she tell me? Why'd she tell him and not me? Like, I want to know who she got a crush on. But maybe it's because I told her she had a rule. She wasn't allowed to date for a few years.
Okay.
Until, like, I think I had said 16 or something like that. But I didn't want her dating.
So then
but you would let her sleep with your old man.
Child, she's not going to share everything.
Yeah.
With him, it seems like she has a very open relationship with him. They talk, they hang out.
I hate all this redacting stuff. As soon as they start saying people's names, they're talking about other kids.
So it'd be okay with you if they went out and did things together outside if you were at work or something? So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the thought process, the communication you've had with Stephan about, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to go sleep in the guest bedroom?
So originally the plan was that all three of us were going to sleep in my bed together.
And I'm not just saying Sunday, I mean
like in general. He's talking about in general. Why would she sleep in your bed, not just that night?
So I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all. Like, no sleepovers, no nothing. For a very long time. For years.
She's thinking.
Since we're pausing,
yeah.
What brought that on? Was that like a request of his? Like, can we sleep in the same bed? Request of hers? Or you just saying?
Me being super paranoid, not to trust anyone. For the longest life, even though he treated her well, I still looked at him on, like side eye, like making sure, like, is that normal? Is this okay? That looks normal. Okay. I wanted to make sure that nothing was happening and that I was missing something, but he never requested. I'm sorry. Repeat the question then.
So I guess what you said, like, you had a rule. Like, obviously we know now they've, slept in the same bedroom together and everything else. I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that, like, you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to think of her lie.
He's a lot younger than her. He's 4. But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me, so that's why I ask, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule?
Sleepovers before. Yeah. Like, you want to watch movies and eat snacks? Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together. Up until June.
She knew.
All the time.
She knew they
So
were
we
sleeping
always
together.
She would sleep in the middle. I would
Allegedly.
sleep on this side, he would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually at some point, like we really want to watch, I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something and I was really tired.
I
And
believe
said,
he was
"Okay,
selling
fine.
some of them pictures.
Go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a slumber party with him, to be alone in a bed with him. I'm usually around all the time.
Who allows their kid to have a slumber party with a grown man and sleep in the room with them when they watch movies and eat candy? That sounds a little strange to me. And she also said something about the Woody Allen effect. So there's no way this lady didn't know what was going on, in my opinion.
Up until 2 weeks ago, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at the school close by, but I'd make sure I get out around the same time and I'd get out in time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time if she wasn't at school. So yeah, after.
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
Somebody says, where is Grizzly's true crime watermark? I didn't get this from Grizzly. This is a download that I downloaded. So I did not take this from Grizzly. So that's why you don't see a Grizzly watermark. Okay. There's no watermarks, no interruptions. This is the actual video.
With me.
She never sleeps in her room?
No, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, but do you have any idea? We currently have upwards probably 200 people working on finding. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police Department's involved, St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI. Yes, under suspicious circumstances. So anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his number one priority. I'm sure the Kissimmee Police Department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody.
Yeah, they watermark their videos. Plunder does too, but I bought this video from Plunder. Okay.
Who may know something, be brought into a room, they'll be talked to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Because our number one priority, our jobs have kind of stopped on any other things we have going on until it's fine, because that's the most important thing anybody has going on right now. But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened, I can tell you, I know detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change
Yes, Plunder and I believe the Docket, they paid a couple $1,000s for all these videos. So you can actually purchase the videos from them, and then you don't got the watermarks, you ain't got them talking over it. You know what I'm saying? So they've made it accessible to everybody. So which is cool, but you just got to purchase it.
What happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stephan killed
Linda,
her.
thank you.
Right?
Keeping Dolly
All
alive.
we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and that she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that could happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everyone.
Dolly got to eat.
Of how it happened or why it happened.
And I got to eat good food now, so it's more expensive.
If you have an inclination, if you know where she's at,
Get on the Dolly train.
That doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did.
Yes, this is the original video. This is not from Plunder or Grizzly or anybody else. I bought it from a Plunder, but it's the original video.
It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we ask people questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that. So I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless.
I'm thinking Grizzly got it from Plunder.
Murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof. And now, by her being found,
I agree with the detective.
And it doesn't.
Oh no. If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to believe that if she's dead because you guys tell me your suspicions, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and
hit the like, guys. Like the video.
These things, there's been a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox 35 story, between your initial statement to the police. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave.
Sylvia, thank you.
Wearing.
Thank you.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her.
You lied. You lied.
In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him. And I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Chick Bait.
Right? You are nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stephan, we want your phone. Stephan, we want to talk to you. We are going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stephan. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense?
Well, what they did is they filed a Freedom of Information Act, these YouTubers, and then they had to pay for the files and the dockets. So when something else like this happens, we're going to do the same thing here, file our stuff here. So when these videos do come out, we get them instantly. So we don't have to go, through third parties to get the videos. But either way, we end up with the videos anyway. So we're here, we're watching it. But in the future, just know that I'm going to have PJ own it, and I'll have all these body cams and all these things sent straight to me. so we can, you know, air them here as we get them.
Sense. People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded.
Like these FOIA requests.
Through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you. Like,
because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story.
Yeah, because you're a big dummy, because you wanted to believe his story, because you knew nobody on the planet is that stupid. All right.
So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she?
This interview took place March 1st. Okay, that's the day this interview took. Sexual stuff is evil, Jen. I agree with that. It's completely evil, and she chose to believe this man. You know, she wanted to get him a lawyer because I believe she's truly still to this day loves this man more than she cared about her daughter. In my opinion, I think that she took part in it. You know, I don't know if she took part in the unaliving, but the SA stuff, I believe she was taking part in that.
I got abducted. What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
You know that now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
I know.
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting in the disappearance.
Assisting in the deceased, blaming her now.
And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on, has he expressed interest in? I'll use the word weird. I'm not going to shame anybody for what they.
Kelly, thank you. Love PJ and up.
Sexual pleasures, different.
Thank you guys for being here.
Kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with.
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and like butts.
Okay.
But that was something I was never comfortable with or doing, and I let him know that like that's not something.
That's fine. You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stephan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past. In the past, we can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never. Has he ever made statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was abnormal.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling. They're under the same blanket. They're not under the same blanket.
No.
But just like
she's got her own blanket.
Spooning for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay.
How
do you guys sleep? Do you guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
I'm cheap. Dolly Train. Well, welcome aboard, Sheila. Choo choo. Get aboard. Come on. Everybody jump on.
T-shirt or boxers. Sometimes
y'all gotta eat.
but he didn't have pajamas.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird.
No.
Okay. Again, you and I may find things different. Why? And I don't want you to look back on it because now you know you victimized her for a long time.
Dolly's life matters.
Under your roof. With you home, most likely, because you said you're always home. You just got this job. You've been living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures. I can tell you that today, they're still downloading his Google Drives. We are still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your
She
house
knew.
under your care to 2020.
I mean, what does she think, dudes, when they wake up with morning, when, you know what I'm going to say, right? Without trying to say the word, that guys sometimes wake up a little bit excited. You know what I'm saying? From, it's just a normal thing for guys, right? So why would you be sleeping next to a kid in your boxers when you're going to wake up with, I'll use the word erection. Okay. And, if you're spooning with her and you have an erection, how could you not think that's abnormal for your child to be up against a dude like that? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't sleep with my own kid like that, but she's grown. I'm just saying, like, that just don't sound right. Now, she could get in the bed with her mama, you know what I'm saying? But, not in the bed with me. When she was a baby, she may have laid in the bed with me, but nowhere near in ages where it's inappropriate, like, when it's bath time, my baby's mama gave her a bath and things like that. There's just some things that are inappropriate, and especially with it not being her father, being a boyfriend, makes it even sicker.
I believe you've gone as far back as in when she...
You cuddle Jesus, not a baby. There you go. Thank you, Linda. And welcome aboard the train. Welcome aboard the train.
Cuddling, did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? He talked to you. Has he made an appropriate
Call it a
statements?
kickstand. LOL. There you go.
Right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So if we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active.
I keep saying your name wrong.
Yes.
Lydia? Oh, it's Lydia.
3.5 years under your care in your house. Not
Sorry.
only is he being sexually active with you.
Is it Lydia English? I don't have my glasses on, so bear with me, guys. Lydia from Tampa. LOL. Still love you.
And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear. But where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters. You sleep in the same bed. You guys all talk. You guys all share things. You're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult.
Thank you,
A lot of
Don.
grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them, let alone somebody who does live with them. So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but
I do believe that a reasonable person, and I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware that under her roof.
He's trying hard to get her to talk.
The videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention, right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush At the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you establish that rule, for 3 years, she's already
I do
paid,
too.
essentially.
Thank you,
Whether that's
George.
legal or not.
Thank you, bro.
So I truthfully believe,
Keeping Dolly alive.
I'm not speaking for other detectives. I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other agency I've said. This is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of their sexual relationship. I think it.
I do too. I think not only did she become aware of it, but she was taking part in it. And Denise, thank you so much. Jump aboard the Dolly train. It's been a crazy one tonight. We've already been here 3.5 hours, and we still got a ways to go. And we still got to get to the Sebastian Rogers stuff. So I'm going to be here with y'all guys for a while tonight. So this is Late Night True Crime with Dolly. It's been a while since I've been on this late.
At a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole. I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes a lie at that point.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. That's just how that far back the cloud goes. And I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was. His interest in her.
He is going in on her.
I thought because that he hadn't shown me anything so far. Like, everything seems fine. Like, he seemed like he treated her like
he treats you. In his mind.
It's so fucking disgusting.
So now he's in jail because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that, but something caused what happened, right? We certainly murder, because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people. They break up with people.
Amen.
These things cause people to snap. Now, what? You know what? And I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm gonna, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have 2 underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
Oh, okay.
Hasn't changed?
No.
Okay. So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her, what do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories, I keep hearing
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she...
When somebody asks her, what makes you think the reason he killed your daughter, and she shows no emotion, none whatsoever, not even a drop.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
You'd think she'd be crying, but she looks nervous.
What if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me and he needed to shut that down? That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I'm fine, guys. I'm just sitting here.
I don't want to believe he killed her. But from what you guys are telling me, he must have killed her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her stuck in the car.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the case at all.
Yeah.
I know. My brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive. She's out there.
Did he tell you he fucked up?
No. He acted so normal that day. He was like, I'm so impressed. We got out of the house so early. Like she made great time. We had so much time to go to McDonald's, but she didn't want to. His story was so fun. Like every detail was so believable. He's just been lying this whole time. Like he's.
What about that day in the car when you offered him a lawyer? Did you disclose anything to you there that made you feel like, oh fuck, he needs a lawyer?
No. He kept acting like he didn't know what was happening, and I'm like, don't you see forensics? Don't you see they took your phone? Like, something's happening. Like, I think they're gonna pin this on you. And I'm like, in my head, I'm going, they have the wrong guy. Like, they're just honing in on the last person who saw her. But no, you guys do more.
You never said, what did you do?
I've never asked him any of that. I still, even up until when we got here to the police station, I was convinced that he hadn't done anything to her at all.
Because of him or because of not wanting to believe she's deceased?
Because of him. Because I thought he was a good guy.
So up until this morning, you still think that it's not?
No.
You're talking about the other day?
Up until
when we took him?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot what day of the week that was.
So we're still going through his phone, his drive, like I told you, all his socials. We can date back to 2020. Based on the videos, it appears that was the start of the victimization. Okay, are we going to find anything in his phone with you?
No. We've never done anything. We've never done anything.
Has there ever been a request for the two of you to participate in sexual activity with him?
No.
Regardless of you saying no or yes?
No, he's never asked that.
Okay. If we find pictures like that, is that going to surprise you? Like if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey, Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity, is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any
Okay,
time
she was quick
during
to
the
say
course of the
that.
relationship, does he express that he has ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15. But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought that was weird. I was like, that's a little too young. He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents loved me. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that's a red flag.
Have you ever gone through his phone?
That's a huge red flag right there.
If you had to, knowing Stephan, knowing where he lives, knowing where he goes, how he conducts his life, give me your top 5. Because I know you haven't thought about it. If you haven't thought about it, that's another weird thing I got. Since Monday, right? We told you on Wednesday that we think he did it.
Yeah.
So from Wednesday till today, it's about 48 hours. Give me your top 5 places you think are possibilities based on knowing him, based on knowing his path of travel. Where do you think? It doesn't have to be based on evidence, just in your gut. Give me your top 5 places where you think he.
In this area.
Doesn't have to be this area.
No, I know.
Anywhere you want.
I'm saying in this area, I have no idea. Orlando, Kissimmee, no idea where he could have taken her. But his trip to Northport is weird as fuck. I feel like in Northport, he knows more people. He has more friends. There could be a place and somewhere there he could have stashed her. You guys said he went into a storage unit. That would be another place to look. But there's plenty of woods around his house. Around that exit is kind of secluded. Like
When you say his house, you mean his parents' house?
his parents' house, yeah.
You've been there? Or you've seen the property?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Do they have land? Or is it in like a neighborhood?
So it's not a neighborhood because they don't have HOA. You just buy the plot of land and build it. They don't have many neighbors. Or last I saw, I think there was a neighbor building right next door, but I don't know if they're done yet. I'm just feel like he had more. There would have been more spots in Northport for her to be dumped. Because from what you guys have told me, he went to St. Cloud, he went to 192. Could you guys tell where he turned on on any of these roads? It's just that he was on the main road. I didn't think he ever even knew where St. Cloud was because we've never driven down that way ever.
You live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud, like ever. There's no store or anything he goes to down there. Everything is in Kissimmee or Orlando by the mall.
Florida Mall?
Yeah.
Orlando Mall?
Yeah, Florida. I sent the last detective like 3 spots. I could have recalled him telling me he wanted to visit. Monday, when he left the house in the afternoon and got the flat tire, he had mentioned a few of those shops, so I sent them over to you.
Don't worry, guys. I'm good. She says, Dolly, put your feet up. I will pull this chair out, though. Oh, that might be a little more comfortable. Ah, there you go. There you go. Good call. Good call. So, plus I've been getting up, moving around. Don't worry.
You guys. We've never gone to, the only wooded area that we've ever gone together would be Shingle Creek Regional Park, where the Pioneer Village is.
Okay.
That whole trail there, we had scooters, and he had like an electric skateboard kind of thing.
I got water right here.
We would all cruise.
I mixed just a little tiny fruit punch in it to give it a little taste, but I got water right here.
We've taken a canoe up that creek before. Then the Kissimmee Trail. There's a trail that runs right behind my house that starts right behind my house and goes all the way to that bridge on John Young Parkway that says Kissimmee on it. That whole trail, we've done that as well. That's the only places I could think that like he may have gone, because that's where I know I've gone with him before. But anywhere else, I have no idea.
So our ERT team, so emergency response team, it's just a group of people who search.
How dare you, Tana?
It doesn't have to be wooded, can be swampy. They've been out for 3 days. They're going to be out all weekend. They will eventually, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's in 2026. Okay. I don't think you want that to take too long. Right? I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service. The last thing you want is for us to call you in a year and say, hey, we found remains. We don't know. Okay. That may not be something you thought about till just now, but I can tell you, being someone who investigates homicide, that is something that everybody has to come think about eventually.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Dolly. Thank you, Dolly. That's 2 thank you, Dollies. Thank you for being here, Kimberly, with us tonight. And welcome aboard the Dolly train. Mad love to you. Big virtual hugs, all that good stuff. This is a pretty long interview, okay? But we're going to make it through it. I think I got it in me. We're going to touch on Sebastian Rogers, too, but that's going to have to be briefly tonight because this interview was pretty long.
If you can think of anything that would assist us in making that happen for you today versus 2 years from now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad. I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
We got roughly about an hour of this interview left, okay? I hope she wipes the skin off her face, like somebody said earlier with them dry ass paper
Where's your
towels.
communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them anything.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
No, I don't want to tell them what you guys have told me. I can't. I don't want to share any. It's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known Stephan.
So she don't want to tell her parents.
Absolute shit right now. I know that they kind of got into a fight because Chris started. Are you sure we know our son? Are you sure we know our son? I don't think we know him at all. The mom was defending him, but now with everything, with the evidence on the phone coming out, they know. They know he's a piece of shit.
We've talked to his dad, and his dad knows as much as you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son's a murderer. He's talked to us. He's been very open with wanting to help in any way he can, whether that's technological, whether that's verbal.
Yeah, he even had, I was with him when he turned in his knife to you guys. He remembered he had a knife on him and gave it to you guys. I thought that was...
Have you talked to Chris about Stephan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
See?
I think when you guys showed me
The pictures.
photos.
So when she's seen these photos, instead of saying F this dude, he's a big old piece of shit, she tells her dad, well, we better get him a lawyer, right? Now tell me that don't sound like somebody that knew, was taking part and defending this sick monster. Okay, she's defending this man, wanting him to get a lawyer, talking to the dad. She is disgusting, in my opinion, allegedly. Dolly Visions for entertainment purposes only. We talk news, rumors, gossip, speculation mixed with a little bit of comedy. Don't say nothing here as fact. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, and don't try to be Dolly at home. Okay, just had to say that. Legal reasons.
So we showed you photos of Stephan raping. And
No.
the first thought you had was to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening. And I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going... I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore she was still, I felt in my body she was still alive.
She's lying. Such a liar. You lied about what she was wearing, her going to school.
You guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture. The picture you saw, she was giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man, and you told his dad to get him a lawyer. Missing, right? Now you... But then you thought she was missing. And we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape. Not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual. And you prioritized him again. You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not what the fuck did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stephan.
I was in shock.
No, it's not shock.
She was in
That is your
shock.
natural instinct to protect Stephan. Okay? And if that's naturally how you react, that's fine. But that goes into what I've been telling you this whole conversation is I don't believe a lot of the things you're saying, and I don't believe a lot of the things you say you weren't aware of. And that is because you've now shown me twice that your first reaction, no matter what you were told or shown,
is to protect Stephan.
Cell phone, or we're showing you pictures of her giving him a blowjob. Your first reaction is to protect Stephan. So now, ordered by Stephan, you're aware of this. You were shown pictures of this. You were shown pictures of her body in his car with a seatbelt on, right? We have played it out for you. Now you're in a stage where he's in jail. You know she's passed away, and now you can feel emotion, right? Until that point, when you were shown that she was deceased, your continued first reaction is to protect this guy. You just said, I only saw a picture of him, whatever you're
Lock her up.
Blowjob of his penis in her mouth, and your first reaction was, fuck. Oh my, victimized? No. She's being abused? No. It's Stephan needs a lawyer. Who the fuck cares if we think he killed her? He's...
I didn't know why I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction in your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy. So why do I sit here and believe that you don't? Because right now, you know Stephan killed her. You know Stephan's been raping her. You know without her body, can he be charged with murder?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know what we can do. Do I think we can charge him with murder? It's not up to me. Should he be charged with murder? Yes.
Please.
Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes.
Get her. Get her.
Since she
I
was a
think so,
child,
too.
since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof, and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being, I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a fucking picture of it, and you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stephan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't.
That was the blowjob.
That was
then.
then.
He can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have showed me that he's
so
the
we had to
lying
show
this
you
whole
a picture
time.
of her dead in the car for you to finally not take his side?
And she still don't want to believe it.
Do you not see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but it makes absolutely no sense that your name is Stephan.
I don't know.
Where does your mind go? Stephan.
I agree.
There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you that you had any care in the world other than I want that motherfucker to die. Whether you believe
that's how I would have been. You hurt my kid, I'd be wanting to tell the police, give me 5 minutes alone with him in the cell. Let me at him. F this person. I'd be saying all that stuff. And she ain't. Her first instinct was to protect him, get him a lawyer. You just seen a picture of your little girl doing this thing to this grown ass man, just like he said. And your first instinct is, oh Lord, you better get him a lawyer. You didn't care about your daughter. I mean, this shit is sick, people.
the death penalty or not, he protected him. So now we're talking about her disappearance and where her body is. Why do I believe that you're still not protecting him? Because you say so? Because you can't explain why you protected him.
And you got to remember, she's unaccounted for. When that car went back to the scene of the crime, it was her vehicle. And she said she didn't like Stephan to drive the car because he wasn't on the insurance. So how do we know she wasn't in the car when he returned to the scene where the body was at?
You can't explain what is inside of you that makes you protect Stephan. And you may never be able to explain it. But eventually we're going to have to figure it out because you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stephan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days because I'm looking. I truthfully believe that I can't go home and see my kid is because you're protecting. I can't go because you're people sitting in the woods just waiting for me to tell them where to go, but I can't because I think you're in trouble.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please. I don't give a fuck about him. I'm not protecting him.
But you knew he was a predator when you got shown the picture. And then you text his dad that he needs a lawyer and you hope that he invoked, was the words I was told.
What?
You hope that he didn't talk to us. He needs a lawyer.
No.
All over a picture. You didn't care. You didn't care then. Oh, whether sex isn't important to you, that wasn't anything close.
I knew what I saw was
He was
terrible.
a predator right then and there. That's the day you found out he was a predator.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you wanted to help him.
And after you found out he was a predator, did you not say he needed a lawyer? So why today, Friday at almost 3 o'clock, 5 days into the disappearance, 2 days since you probably found out, or 1 day since you found out she was murdered, do I believe you that you're not telling me where he went, or that he didn't disclose to you where she was, or what caused this to happen? Is listen.
She knows. In my opinion,
do whatever, or listen, this fucking happened. How do I believe that that didn't happen when everything you've shown to me is protect Stephan? Now, once if you show priority in this conversation, in this investigation. You're coming here looking for her. You reported her missing. Trouble for not doing that. But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks. Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stephan doesn't get held fucking accountable.
Well, I don't care anymore.
Anymore. Because we're being assholes, because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him a blowjob. No big deal. Get a lawyer.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't okay. I saw that and I was in shock. And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex was okay. The murder's not. At least that makes sense.
No, that's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because I think you're a bad parent, not because I think you're a bad. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there, and her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her, and we need that information. That is life. That is not life of the law. That's not life of the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you deserve. That is what your family deserves. But the longer that happens, the longer it takes us to find her, the less likely that's going to be for you guys.
Crazy.
And I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I truly am. But deep down, you haven't showed me that I am.
Why does she look like she's napping?
I don't know what I need to show you.
Prioritize her over Stephan. Stephan, think of places he would have dumped her body. Think of places he went, things you talked about, things you've discussed, whether it's this week, last week. Don't put it in your mind that he's been victimizing you, or don't put in your mind that I'm being a dick. What can I think about to find out where Stephan put her?
Yeah, I mean, how can you not be mad at this mother when
You
she's
know
acting
more
like
about where
this?
he goes, what he's doing, or what he would do than you want to realize. That's natural, not because I'm telling you, but because that's natural. I have best friends. I know more about them than I think I know about them. I just need to sit down and think about it. So I need you to sit down and think about it. Whether you need a minute, we're not in this room, whether you want to do it with us in this room, we need to leave here with an idea of where we can go look for. That is one thing we can agree on.
I've sent you the list of the stores that he may have stopped at, didn't stop at. The only outdoorsy places I can think of that we've ever gone to that he would know about would be Shingle Creek or Kissimmee Trail. I don't know if he knows where Lake Toho is, but that could be another option.
Because you think it's a wooded area, because it's a place you guys have talked about together.
Because it's a wooded area with a lake, with gators. Like, we haven't discussed anything. This topic, I never asked him if he directly. I never thought he could have. I always assumed the best in him.
Well, you assume wrong, lady. You assume wrong.
I didn't ask him directly. I didn't even suspect that until you guys showed me that picture upstairs. We're here. I don't know. I'm just thinking of, if I name places, it's going to be wooded areas that I can think of, but he hasn't told me anything. Like, he has not told me, or we haven't discussed.
So him going to 192 that day, all you know is that he went to 192.
He said he wanted to visit House Card Rules. That was one of he named 3 stores, and that's one store I can remember him listing on that list.
House Card Rules?
Yeah, I don't have my phone.
We'll get your phone a little bit. House Card Rules. What kind of store is that?
I don't know if that's like a video game or card game or board top game store.
But that's on 192.
Close to one. I think close to 182 somewhere.
And he said he wanted to go to 3 stores.
Yeah. But he did tell me that I just don't remember which one.
Are there woods in that area? Are you familiar with 192?
No, not where these stores are. I have no idea.
Other than you came up with wooded areas that you know of.
Yeah.
You came up with wooded areas that you think he could dump a body in.
Because I've been there with him, yeah.
I need to know wooded areas where he travels. Right? You're saying we've been there, so she could be there. So that tells me she's not there. It tells me it's a waste of the search. Okay. Because when I put 90 plus people there, that's all day. Right? We got to coordinate that. We got to put them there. So we need fruitful searches.
Yeah.
So I need likely places that you think, and I need places you think based off of conversations with him, not because you can picture in your mind that there's trees there.
There's no conversation I can think of where he's named interest in being anywhere near woods or it being along his way.
You said he got a flat tire. Tell me about the flat tire you got.
So he said he got a flat tire. I'm not sure when he got a flat tire, but he said he got a flat tire and then came directly home, and he got home around 2:40. So flat tire, he said he was driving down 192 and it just popped and shredded and fell apart. And he pulled over into a plaza and changed the tire for the first time in a very long time, and said he hurt himself doing it. The frame of the car, something came down on his finger.
All his lies, I don't care, but I want to know what you question him about. Why was he there? What was he doing? There's no way you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 a.m, getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, whatever, bet. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, I got a flat tire, was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 a.m. with my car?
I didn't know he did that.
Because this is 2 times he went to 192. He went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing.
Get arrested yourself. I will be there for the court case.
And
not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell. I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does, but I don't trust a lot of his. Is the word judgment? I'm not sure, but
yeah, that is definitely, God coming down, and thank God that person driving by seen him with the flat tire and called it in, because if not, we may have never found. She could have sat there for years in that spot, because it ain't somewhere somebody usually walks, so thank God he got that flat tire. Thank God somebody seen him. They called it in shortly after this interview, and they discovered her body. And the inconsistent statements about what Jen said she was wearing to school. She kept saying, we this, we that, we dropped her off to school. And that night, her vehicle drove back to the crime scene. And for all we know, she was in the car with him, that they drove back together. She said that she don't like to let him drive the car because he's not on the insurance. But this night it was okay. Okay. You can drive the car, but usually you can't. Nobody drives her car is what she says, but her. So this car goes back to the crime scene. I believe she knew. I think that she's covering for him. When she seen the SA pictures, she wanted him to get a lawyer. If you did that to my kid, I would want you unalived. Okay. I would be like, put that bitch in an electric chair, gas chamber, stick needles in his eyes, all kinds of stuff. And her emotions are like, she cries over stupid stuff, but she don't cry over the important stuff. I believe she played a direct part in this.
I just don't.
In my opinion.
Trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
So,
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
Even with your daughter,
What do you think happened?
It's what it sounds like. You let him do whatever he wants to do.
Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday into Monday. You didn't see her Monday morning.
I still want to believe she's deceased. I know you showed me pictures, but
for
like,
the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence, or I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you guys
So she never went upstairs. She never looked through the house for her daughter when she's missing. I find that odd. She never went upstairs. Okay, well, wouldn't you have noticed the lotion by the bed, the napkins, the camera stand, sex toys? Don't you think you would have noticed that if you would have went in there and looked? This lady's so full of crap.
barely went into the house today, so I don't know what.
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her. You mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions, and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. And in those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if
she knows,
and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time. You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen?
He did it.
That's what I don't understand because, like, did you guys check and see if any of my neighbors have Ring cameras? Any? Nothing?
I don't know what data we've gotten from them, but at this point, I need to know what you think happened to her. I don't need you to ask us what we found.
Okay.
What we found has happened. I need you to come up in your words, in your mind, what do you think happened that night into Monday? Because we do not know. I don't know if her murder occurred Sunday or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here. So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her into the car. What is your thought on what happened?
I think she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning.
Thank you, Tony.
I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard.
We need to send her to one of P. Diddy's parties, okay, with a damn 1,000 things of baby oil, okay, and lube. All right, that should be her punishment. Lock her in the cell with P. Diddy.
You're saying he drove all around town. I'm not sure where he could have gone.
I'm going to speed it up just a little bit, guys.
coming home and leaving, and coming home and leaving. What do you think? Knowing that he killed her.
That's suspicious as fuck.
It is suspicious as fuck. If you're writing a book, what are you writing? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him, and you tell me he hasn't told you, so it's not real. So you're telling me what you think,
yeah,
right? You know he killed her. You know he drove out of there Monday morning. You know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. You know he discarded her laptop in one shoe, right? So all of her property was discarded to look like she's gone. Now he doesn't have evidence with him. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. You've pieced that together throughout the week, right? He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times when he's left.
She deserves no lube.
What do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know, she said, you know that we're giving you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing at 192? He was doing here, he was doing here, he was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. See, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check, to make sure he did a good job, or to move the body again. I don't know. But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is...
You know, one of the weird things is she returns to her daughter as a body and shows no emotion. Every time I would think that my daughter was gone, I would be breaking down, and she just don't do that.
Sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play into what you think happened.
Yeah. Do you think phone being on the dresser?
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. You know, a teenager leaves their phone at home, so they're attached to it.
She's left her phone home multiple
Her
times.
cell data shows that normally it goes with her, so that's intentional. You know it's intentional because he left his too.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, it was not an accident. So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around? You think that when he left, he went to check her body? Okay.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone?
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. We think he may have checked where he dropped her or dumped her. He comes home. He tells you to just roaming around aimlessly. Right?
Yeah.
So that's twice on 192 in one day because he went to look at the house of cards bullshit or whatever it is. Yeah. And then he went to do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to. Okay. We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious. What was he trying to see? What was he trying to do? The thing is when he had my cell phone, now I think back to it, he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like this. I tried looking at the screen at one point, and I could see an email. But
and that was the cell phone we took from you today, or you gave us today.
Yeah.
So you know they're going to run evidence on her phone.
Can you guys tell me if this is true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister. Was the last thing searched on it Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it, but I looked at her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them. Okay. It could have just been links she clicked on.
I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He's not obviously cooperating.
Can you guys explain what happened yesterday?
Before that, I need you to continue going with.
Yeah. Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your phone. Yeah.
Of the phone, him disappearing multiple times, him disappearing to Northport. What the hell was he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the... That to me is suspicious.
Do you put more weight on that than...
Yeah, well, it's sped up a little bit.
192, no, because 192 would be... Something happened in Northport. There